reality that is presented by the cosmogony of Francisco Epes, but the order and the misorder that we have created in terms of species that have accelerated the geological eras of mankind. Geologists at the end of the story will say that it's an era, the Anthropocene, and we have to understand that the exposome. And this is exactly the challenge to relate the genetic code with the environment. The topics that I'm going to talk about are these. I'm going to start with some trends, trying to answer what we see and what we know. And the next question is what we're hoping to happen. And at the end, which are the professionals that we will require. I have to talk through graphs, tables, and the language is completely based on figures. And I'm going to start by talking in the dynamics of population. What you can see in this graph is the definition of the transition of demographics. What Eppen said, the growth in blue, death in orange, and what is in the middle of both of them is the population. So the interesting part is that the world, why can't we see the slides? I am fascinated talking about my presentation and they cannot see my presentation. So when please tell them so I can tell them. If not, we're not going to prosper. So you can see that line. That line means that when mortality crosses with birth, and at that moment the population stops growing. The predictions for 2086 in the world will stop growing. In Latin America, it goes to 2056, and in Mexico, in 2053. What does this imply in terms of medicine? Don't tell me, just think about it. So, what does the matter of births mean? What is behind all this, the fecundity? So we measured with the number of children that a woman in a fertile age can have. So there is a demographic convention. So society will reproduce. Every couple has to have 2.1 children. They're not gonna have one boy or two boys and an arm. It's just a medical thing. So the world in 1990 had an ability of replacement which was practically global, with exception of China, Russia, Canada. But today, in 2022, we see that this reproductive ability is under what would be the rate of replacement in many countries, and the prediction for 2050 is that there will not be a lot of births in the world. This also has implications if you want to study pediatrics. Think about it, because the population, the elderly population will accumulate. But this is a problem. Aging in the world. As of today, the projections say that 10% of the population is over 65 years old. But look how it will grow with time. In Latin America, practically one third of all the countries and the Caribbean, all the countries that conform it will be over 100 years. We will not live in this era, but we cannot stop thinking about it. And in Mexico, 35%. At present, we are in 9%, but in the middle of the century, one fourth of the population will be older than 65 years. I am in the block of 9% at this moment. So we can see the typical way of the pyramid of population. Latin America is in the middle. For some reason, we like to decrease, and we understand that we are a country that has medium and high income. We do not have high income, but look at the pyramid that will decrease in the basis. So, which are the conditions as of today? We have to start with good news. The first thing that I want to talk about is that there is an important progress in the age of death in the world. In 1990, more or less 11 million and a half deaths were registered. 31 and 32 years, 4.8 million, which represents a decrease of 58%, in spite of the fact that every death could increase. There is something that we call compression of mortality. It goes to the old people and the media. It's 54 years and now it's 67. In Latin America, the progress of children mortality decreased 69%. I'm talking about the figures, not about the reasons of mortality. And in Mexico, the fall was of 75%. There were 116,000 deaths in 90, and it decreased to 28,000. And the mean of age increased 16 years. So, which are the causes that imply this movement of deaths? In orange, you can see the infectious and resolution. In blue, the non-transmissible, and in green, deletions. So what we can see in the world is dominated by the non-transmissible diseases. COVID, that it's in second place in Latin America, and Mexico was the first place in 2021. So look, in Latin America and Mexico, the divisions are inside the most important ones, and also some cancers that the respiratory infections and neonatal infections do not disappear. If we see what happens in terms of epidemiological transition in the causes of the load of the disease, the load of the disease is the addition of deaths, premature deaths, and the years with disability. So this gives a very important sense that we're going to see in the next slide. So look how the chronic diseases, which are non transmissible, were increasing their presence. They decrease them in, then they revert the transition in Latin America. In Mexico, if we would do a contrafactual analysis, what we would see is that it increases 76% in Mexico, the non-transmissible, like the responsible of the load. So here we can see the diseases very fast, the same colors, but look at the diseases that appear that we would not see when we are measuring that, like the problems of low back pain or the mental diseases. In other words, if you measure your priorities thinking in that, you're telling me that the one that didn't die is not good. This is a serious mistake for the health policy. We're also interested in measuring what is determining this death, and here we see some risk factors. We group them in conductual, environmental, and metabolic. The conductual are the ones that have to see with tobacco consumption, alcohol, diet. The environmental have to do with quality of water, quality of air, and the metabolic with blood pressure and smoking and all. In spite of the fact that they follow in the first place the conductual, they decrease 22% in the world and also the environmental, but not the metabolic. Because in Latin America, they duplicate the impact of the metabolic risk in terms of the load, but it's still in second place, and in Mexico it's triplicated. So I think that the lights we have to think in the orientation and the formation. So if we see more disaggregated, we can see that in the world nutrition is still the important generator of load of the disease, and we do not control the smoking and the diet. Well, let's see how in Mexico there are great controls of all this, but they're taking the problem of obesity or the high body mass index and blood pressure. So, what we hope that will happen very fast, I will present how we do the prediction. We take the risk factors, we project them, and once we project them, this is what it says in the right hand side. And then we add up all these predictions to the data of mortality, and with this, we project the diseases. In other words, the philosophy that is behind this, we use the past in order to see what's happening in the future in order to change the present. This means this is the philosophy behind this. Nothing is stone written because for this we have uncertainties. So we do the same thing with the demographic sessions. Some examples of what you can see, the handwriting is very good. So we see the uncertainty interval and the distances and also the future of alcohol will not stop in the high consumers, that will stop a little bit the ones that consume the less, and this is the prediction. The environmental problems also are there, something that does not happen with the matter of environmental pollution, sanitation, the diet factors, they decrease, and on the other hand, the matter related with obesity that increases. So this brings consequences in the mortality patterns according to load associated to mortality. So let's see how they are here in the year 2020. These are the World Bank load, tumors, and also vascular problems and exercise of diseases. Look at the two green lines, the darker one, which are the rich people, and the one that is up there, that is in Latin America. The muscle skeletal increases the number of deaths. Diabetes in the low, medium income will grow. So we are more or less high, but stable. So what happens in the regions of poor countries of low income, and here we don't see that it will stop even if the scale is less. So we want to play in the counterfactual. We have a reference projection. Mortality with all the loads. If we do a control of climate change of 50%, of course, mortality will decrease a little bit. So you can see it now. Sorry. If we put a campaign against smoking, we decrease the problems of diet or we improve them, and we decrease the body mass index, then it will decrease a little bit more, and we will decrease it to 14 million deaths for 2050, which is the projection. And here you can see different scenarios for the different diseases. So the important thing is that when you sit down with a person that drinks, you can tell him if this happens, if you can do this and that and so forth. But on the other hand, the need that if you do not anticipate, then the reality is low because they are not the only ones that think in this. They are looking for the future and also the benefit of society. But you have looked at the impacts in diabetes, in systemic diseases that they may have with an organized policy. The part that we don't have good news is with obesity. We have to think in a totally different dimension. The scenarios can also be worse, and we have to put them in our prediction. For example, I talk about obesity The increase of debt is brutal. We have this problem, it's growing, and we are not interested in measuring it. And the omission is worse, even worse in terms of dimensioning the matter. But we also have trends that will worsen in social terms. We saw the matter of the demographic pyramid, that we don't feel trust against the polarity, the social and political polarization, the reversion of certain sexual rights and reproductive rights. All this brings consequences in the terms of our predictions and the events that have to be inside. We see that everyone thinks in pandemic online, but they are nuclear scale, the nanoparticles, they self-replicate, and malicious use of artificial intelligence. We can read the pandemic as an element. So these last 10 minutes we will talk about what I want to relate health sciences with technology and innovation. And for me, it's essential to take into account the influence that technology has in health sciences. We cannot deny it, it's fundamental. So let's think in digital health, which is revolving the way in which we monitor this medical vision. The ones that study medicine so many years ago in this auditorium, I had the opportunity of learning pharmacology. It was not so elegant. Uh, I don't want to tell you the year because it's a long time ago, and everything has changed. We saw some cartoons. We say in Spanish that was called the supersonics. We can talk and see what we have, the robots even. And what is artificial intelligence doing? They have a lot of changes. We cannot be scared. If we are scared, we will be paralyzed. Let me set some examples of innovation taking advantage of the technological advancement. The diagnosis and the medical images, what we can see and what we can do. We have the learning, relate them with technology and not to feel displaced. Telemedicine and remote consultations. The patient doesn't have to move. They have to do it related to telemedicine, the remote monitoring of patients. So you take the blood pressure, you're sending signals to the ones that are surveilling, and you're detecting and establishing the risk. The electronic medical history, fundamental for medical practice. I have a lot of differences with the ones that want to use it for statistical epidemiological objectives. Digital therapeutics, robotics, and minimally invasive surgery, genomics, and personalized medicine. This is revolving medicine, and have a vision. As I was listening yesterday, the students of today are educated by professors of last century. Yes, we did, but we also have possibilities of updating and to start with this matter. And in terms of research, discovery, and developments of medicines, vaccines, predictive analysis, the results in health. And this is a topic that I'm very interested in, and I'm going to emphasize it. The system of support and clinical decisions at the administration of medical care using technology. So, which are the challenges? Which was the beginning of my conference. First, we have to match the needs of the population, health sciences, considering the innovation fields. What has happened is that symmetry has prevailed in favor of medical practice. I'm the one that knows, I'm the one that studies, and someone has to pay, either good or bad. No, but wait a second, I'm more informed than you are. Why? Well, because I have been looking looking at my problem. So there has to be an integration of those needs of the population and science, considering the fields of innovation that I was managing. I'm interested in following with the equation to put the certainty, the demographics, health, to put the uncertainties and the trends that will be affected. I'm missing a component in the equation. What happens with medical practice, with health sciences? We have to solve this among all of us because our reference dictionary has some things with respect to innovation. Positive innovation, okay, the fusion of methods in order to reduce the emissions, particles which measure less than 2.5, or drugs that work in pharmacology in the amines to measure the body mass index. So we have to do this in the digital way and technological. I don't mean the students, I mean everyone, to develop competition in the use of digital tools. In second place, the fundament analysis and data interpretation. If you were in medicine because you didn't want to have numbers, you are mistaken because here we learn things based on numbers, and please don't take everything from how to use the things. So we have to interpret the data not only of the individuals but also of the population. Let's not be surprised in terms of where I'm working as a health staff, and it happens that the administrative decisions are based on numerical criteria, and so then I put my knowledge before the knowledge of the other. It's a collective knowledge, and this is interprofessionalization. Let's not forget about it. We have to improve this baggage, and we have to do the analysis of data in our daily practice. And we studied medicine because we hate math. That is a mistake. And the interdisciplinary collaboration. What are we going to have a debate now about the topic? Okay, but I can tell you that what we are looking for is exactly not just a way of integrating the knowledge, but also a way of practicing this knowledge. So I'm going to say it. The word medicine is written with M and E. The first one talks about ego, and the person that practices medicine is very superb. And what are we going to do in order to do interprofessionalization if we want to be the ones that decide anyway? So, if we are able to have a more horizontal relationship to decrease our ego, and it's not only from the patriarchs, it's both ways. The matter is interdisciplinarity or interprofessionalism. Let's think about the white robe. Let's think about this. Why not? Do we want this? Let's discuss. I'm not proposing anything. I'm just here talking, and you can tell me that I'm provoking. So, what do we have to do at the university to incorporate components of technology and digital health? We cannot keep on stagnated in this formation, and this includes courses of medical care, telemedicine, digital and data analysis, and it's not only an statistics of telling me which are the deviations or the average. The difference among the ones that think in numbers and the ones that study medicine is that if we think in numbers, you normally go to the average, and the one that studies medicine doesn't go to the other side. So they try to gather these two thoughts, these two numerical thoughts. You have to think on the average and not to exclude the side or vice versa. But if you stay in the difficult case, your medicine will be a measurement of emergency time. No, because the incentive is not disease or health, but disease feeds you, disease gives you employment, and these are the incentives that we address. The access to workshops and seminars in emerging technologies and the continuous education of the present professional. I want to insist this is an interprofessional or multidisciplinary focus, so we have to adapt it to the training of medical science. So medical care, I'm talking about because I don't want to talk about a typical interprofessional professionalization, the nurse, the psychologist, the doctor, the engineers, the architects, because in reality, health is a call for congruence. And this is where we have interdisciplinarity. And we have to be aware of this. And with this, I finish my conference. This phrase of Dariki, a Vasco philosopher, it's fundamental for me, and I want to share it with you. Thank you so much for the favor of your attention. Thanks to all my colleagues for producing all the data of the load of the seas. And if you want any communication and personalized communication, here you have my addresses if you want to do it. I don't promise to answer very fast because I'm not used to that. And thank you for your attention. I don't think we have time for comments or questions. Do we? Do we have time, Lisa? Just one question in order not to be excluded. And thank you all.
I'm so sorry. The audience is actually making questions, but they are not using the microphone, therefore we cannot hear them at the booth. I think that is part of the context. If we do treat a patient under a certain social and economic context, many times this context is going to get him sick again because we are not dealing with the context. Yes, thank you very much for your comment. It is indeed really good. Well, thank you, Doctor, for your great presentation. Right now, the Doctor, Secretary of General Services at the School of Medicine, is giving the doctor a certificate for his participation in this event. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your participation. And we would also like to thank all the participants that are here present and online participating. Thank you very much. Please send your comments on the different channels. Moreover, let me just tell you that we are going to have another speaker next, and he speaks in English. So if you do not speak English, you can ask for advice for the translation. And in a minute, we are going to have a raffle. The raffle is for books. So we're going to give you the information for the raffle. Good morning. Welcome for being here. For the different students that we have here, we provide them with numbers. And now I'm going to ask Dr. Lozano to pick a number from 1 to 10. So we are going to have a winner for this book collection. Seven is the winner. So she is the winner. This is your ticket for your collection of books. You are the winner. Congratulations. We're just adjusting our panel. Please bear with us for a few minutes before we start our next conference that is going to deal with the epidemiological horizon. So we would like to invite our panelists to come to the front. Now we're going to talk about the epidemiological horizon dealing. We have Dr. Ocurra, Dr. Lozano, Dr. Pereira Salazar, and Dr. Escamilla with us.
Voy a dejar la conducción de esta mesa redonda al moderador que es el doctor Rafael Lozano.
So, Rafael Lozano from the Institute for the Health from Washington, as we already mentioned, is the head of the public health department in the School of Medicine and professor of the science department in the Washington University. Professor, the microphone is yours. Do you hear me there? Yes? Once again, welcome and good morning, everyone. For me, it is a pleasure to moderate this panel. This panel is going to be a little bit of Spanglish, and a little bit of my rusty English. So, Dr. Akuda, I'm going to use my rusty English with you. I'm so sorry. So, Dr. Akuda, let me just tell you that the dynamic that we're going to have in this panel is that I'm going to ask some questions to our panelists, and and we're going to do that twice, and later on we're going to have a Q&A session. And they asked me to introduce this panel that is interprofessional approach to the epidemiological horizon. So in a certain way, the keynote conference talked about this, but for me, I would like to say that the says that when one person learns from the other, will create knowledge. And I think that this is the synthesis of what we want to do right now with a complex knowledge, how to see the different dimensions of the reality without just limiting ourselves to a certain fragment of the reality. So the systemic thinking, I would say, by excellence, comes from medicine. We have to think really deep on this in biochemistry, in the behavior of the human body while organizing its functions, for instance. And something that help us to do this while working in an interprofessional way is that we recover the human part of this approach. So we need to think on how are we dealing with the interprofessional, dealing with the patient. And yesterday we were hearing different deans of different regions, and I heard that we are having more problems than results. So the problem is that we do have problems, but if we want to go somewhere, we need to start. So now I'm going to switch to English. Doctor Okuda, también me gustaría también utilizar su experiencia en simulación para que nos explique un poco cómo es que la simulación puede utilizarse en diferentes ambientes, no solamente para cirugía, sino también para el contexto, dada la práctica en las comunidades cuando tenemos condiciones adversas. También me gustaría mucho entender o que nos diera un poco de su perspectiva en ese aspecto. So, Dr. Kuda, the floor is yours. And then I'm going to pass the floor to Dr. Rafael Pereira. And I don't know why we have two Rafaels sitting together. And later on, we're going to pass the floor to Dr. Escamilla. But before I pass the floor to Dr. Okuda, let me just tell you a little bit about Dr. Okuda. He is a member of the Board of Medicine in U.S. And he is a member for simulation in the Academy for Medical Simulation. Right now, he is the president of the Simulation Society in U.S. He is a graduate from the School of Medicine in New York, and he has been practicing medicine for over 20 years now. Dr. Pereira Salazar, that is at my left, is that the director of medical statistics in the Moonfield School in primary care in Oxford University, and he is the director of postgraduate studies. He is part of different societies that has different levels of patient care. And also we have Dr. Ricardo Escamilla with us today that I would like to thank for being here because he was invited recently. So thank you for being here, Dr. Ricardo. And Dr. Escamilla is our chief of Department of Public Health in the School of Medicine. He is a surgeon from our university. Also, he has a master's degree and a doctorate degree in science, epidemiology, sciences, and others. And now that I introduce our speakers, Dr. Kuna, could you please share with us your experience? Doctor Okuda, por favor, ¿podría darnos su experiencia en simulación? Muchísimas gracias por invitarme a participar en este tan interesante panel y muchísimas gracias por esta tan interesante pregunta. Como ya mencionó el doctor, yo he estado en la práctica médica por más de 30 años, pero también he trabajado en simulación durante más de 20 años. Y la razón para ello es que hemos buscado mucho la comunicación interprofesional conforme he estado en capacitación en Nueva York en la Facultad de Medicina y durante mi residencia. Y como ustedes ya tal vez escucharon, muchos de los errores que ocurren en el cuidado médico se deben a una mala comunicación, especialmente cuando están relacionados con la capacitación en equipo y la forma en la que estamos trabajando en la sala de operaciones. Así que cuando yo vi estas situaciones durante mi capacitación, debido a las circunstancias en esas épocas donde los médicos que estaban ahí eran los que siempre estaban a cargo y las enfermeras nunca podían levantar la voz o decir qué era lo que estaba pasando. Teníamos estas situaciones y realmente quería ver cómo es que nosotros podíamos reducir estos errores, mejorar la comunicación. Y si ustedes se han capacitado en música o deportes, yo la verdad es que practico un instrumento, o si ustedes han trabajado en, por ejemplo, un equipo, me gustaría que pensaran que en estas oportunidades, en trabajar en equipo, las podemos traducir a la medicina de tal manera que los equipos interprofesionales puedan practicar juntos antes de llegar con el paciente y descubrir entonces la simulación. Y en los últimos 20 años realmente he estado utilizando la simulación para hacer capacitación de equipos, comunicación y cómo podemos mejorar nuestras habilidades en la área de emergencias y en las operaciones. Y hemos visto reducciones importantes en los errores y cómo es que podemos mejorar mucho. Y la verdad, yo estoy hablando mucho acerca de lo que hago, estoy hablando mucho como si estuviera en CIMEX, pero eso es lo que realmente me lleva a trabajar mucho con la interprofesionalidad y la comunidad médica hoy en día. Thank you very much for your experience sharing, doctor. In my time, let me just tell you, we had to detect who would be the one that give you the error while training in simulation. Now simulation is totally different. It is worlds far away from what we were doing back on those days. Now we have scenarios that will allow us to understand better the reality we are working with. So thank you for sharing that with us, Doctor. Now I'm going to pass the floor to Dr. Rafael Pereira, and I'm going to ask him one question. Rafael, which are the strategies that we can apply so as to have a more collaborative and integrative environment that favors dialogue and exchange of knowledge between the different team players with the different perspectives and professional trainings? Because right now, the doctor already mentioned that we have to correct errors and improve communication. What else would you like to bring to the table on that regard? Thank you very much. Let me just tell you that I'm more an statistics person, and as such, all my work has to be interdisciplinary per se. So I'm biased, and I do have a certain interest conflict because I would love to have teams that are inclusive, that have not only physicians from different areas of the medicine, but also people from data analysis, from data iteration, from data interpretation, etc. But let me just tell you, basically, to have an interprofessional team that could be effective, there are certain strategies that we have to follow that start from communication. Communication has to be really clear for all the team members. Finally, one of the main conditions is that we have to have a safe environment where everyone can express his her opinion without feeling that they can be retaliated or limited somehow. So having this safe environment is good. And it sounds simple, but it's complex. So you have to have this open dialogue for all the team members. You have to encourage this dialogue, an open dialogue. And those people that are kind of shy have to be included somehow. So it is not necessarily an easy task. Of course, clear communication is part of the strategies that we use. And in interprofessional teams, we can have people from different languages and backgrounds. And not only languages, like English, Spanish, but also professional languages like chemistry, technology, etc. So we need to learn how to communicate to each other because sometimes we use our own jargon and our own slang words that cannot be really easily translated into other disciplines. So we need to improve our communication not only so as to talk from physician to a physician or from a statistics person to a statistics person. So to include everyone and to include everyone from the very beginning, not after 6 months or when you need to do certain activity. You need to include everyone from the very beginning. You need to include the interview guy and the statistics guy from the very beginning. If you do not have that integration from the very beginning, then you're going to complicate things a lot. And also, this has to do with sure objectives that everyone is going to the same direction as a group, and not only to have one person saying, let's go there, everyone follow me. So we need to lead so as to share objectives in the team. We have to have a periodical or frequent meetings, and I'm not talking about having meetings just for the sake of having a meeting. It's more about talking about what is happening in our project, which are the problems we are facing, and how to improve them. And if there are no advancements, nothing to report, that meeting could be 5 minutes. But that is something that will allow you to keep everyone in the loop. Something that is important is to have a knowledge exchange platform. I'm talking about internet platforms, Zoom, or different communication channels, maybe texting. We need to understand which is the best communication way for different people and use the technology so as to have constant communication in our team. Also, we need to have mentorship and tutors, and we need to talk to the ones that are well versed and more experienced and ask them to be the mentor for all the other members of the team that are just developing those skills. And that is very important because this will allow us to create a link with the different people in the group. Obviously, we have to provide recognition to all the people that are developing the different projects, and not only to the leader. If we do have someone that developed, I don't know, a simulation environment or a scenario, we have to give credit to that person and not only to the leader of the team. That is very important. That is fundamental. Training to improve of course, the skills of the people and of the team, and use experience of the team so as to improve the training too, and also design things like conflict resolution skills. So whenever we have a friction in our team, we can work with that. And finally, feedback cycle. We cannot think in a group without designing all these elements, without having this constant feedback and debriefing. This will allow us to understand which are the actions that worked well, which are not working, and use what will allow us to keep this project moving. Thank you, Dr. Pereira. We cannot not take into account the communication problem. I mean, I have heard that many people that start learning medicine, the very first year, they learn about 5 to 10,000 new words. So this new communication also isolates us from the rest of the society. It is nothing more boring than a physician's party because we do not talk about anything but work. And that shows our approach to the culture or our lack of approach. So, Dr. Escamilla, with a more local perspective, could you please tell us which are or how multidisciplinary teams can overcome these technical problems for obtaining and interpreting data so as to provide a useful, valid, and trustworthy result, reliable result? Thank you very much. Well, from my position in my work, we have had the opportunity to see the very beginning of the training of different physicians, and in the department, we train physicians from the very first year of their education. So we train them all throughout their studies, and we work with more than 10,000 students. So we do have the chance to use in practice this interprofessional education because we involve the students with the different healthcare services where they have to interact with nurses, where they have to interact with social workers, where they have to go to the different communities so as to try to detect the healthcare needs of the different populations in the healthcare centers. So I do think that one of the fundamental strategies to us to have this interprofessional education is the early exposition of the student to the interprofessional education. So they do have a more open and collaborative attitude so they can respect the other professionals too. I do think that they have to have this interaction in a gradual manner. They have to learn what the other professionals are doing. They have to learn what they do, which is the scope of their profession. And with that, later on, they can interact with other professionals in the practical and work environment. And I think that for that, these simulation scenarios are fundamental because the students can delimit their own interactions, their own liabilities. They learn where they can have a better impact, and they learn that do not know everything, that everyone has a role and everyone can provide something so as to strengthen the team. And with this interprofessional education, we need to strengthen the human resources. We can improve the healthcare system. And we do this with a comprehensive and an inclusive education that do not duplicate the different actions and tasks of all the team members and all the different professionals that work in the healthcare environment. And this is not only of benefit for the physician, but also for the patient and for the healthcare professionals will allow them to uh, face the different challenges, the different scenarios that we live, like the ones that we just recently lived, the pandemic. So they learn how to take into account the different point of view of the different professionals so as to have a better public health. So we need to try to understand each other and we try to replicate this into the real world so as to see where we are failing, where we can move on forwards, and where we can innovate. So every single time more, every team of healthcare professionals can go further in this quality of services that we provide. Thank you, Dr. Escamilla. Society, I think, has a great impact on how we perceive the professional practice and sometimes how we personally perceive the practice. When we are young and they ask us, what are you going to study? You would go, medicine. And the next question is, and what would be your specialty? And some think that at the end of the medicine training, you would go to the specialty as the first step. And that would be just this approach for some of us, but others think that this is the second step for the sub specialty. But many times they do not ask you, are you going to make a specialty in sampling and simulation? They do not ask you about this. No, because little by little people create their own interest and expertise areas. And now, Dr. Akuda, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to switch into English. Okay, so I'm going to leave my rusty English in the case while we use interpreter services. Now, talking about simulation, Dr. Akuda, how a team can balance a specialization and integration of the different experiences and expertise so as to ensure that every team member is contributing to the knowledge and optimizing the knowledge so as to take care better of the patient. In your own experience, how are you going to balance between expertise and integration of your team members? Which would be, in your own words, the best idea or how to balance between these team players and the individuals that do not want to play so well as a team? How would you balance those two? Muchísimas gracias por esa pregunta. La verdad es que hay muchos grandes conceptos e ideas, como ya dijeron el doctor Pereira y la doctora Escamilla, que yo creo son muy buenos. Todos tienen que tener una buena base entre los estudiantes para que se entiendan realmente cuáles son las diferentes experiencias que traen sus diferentes profesiones. Y lo que significa esto es que cuando yo capacito a los estudiantes, o cuando me capacitaron y yo era estudiante médico, yo no sabía lo que hacía una enfermera, yo no sabía lo que hacía un científico, yo solamente aprendí mi profesión. Solamente me enseñaron a ser residente y cuando llegué a ser residente, interactué entonces con las enfermeras, pero realmente no tenía idea de qué era lo que ellas hacían. Y terminé y empecé la práctica médica en Nueva York y de pronto esperaron que trabajara con mis colegas en un ambiente médico. Pero ¿cómo hacíamos esto si no sabíamos cuáles eran sus objetivos para el cuidado de los pacientes? Es bien diferente y es bien difícil hacerlo. Y realmente me tomó más de 10 años entender mejor. Tuve que reaprender algunas otras cosas y deshacerme de malos hábitos como médico para que yo pudiese trabajar de manera más colaborativa y profesional. Y la razón por la que yo lo menciono es porque yo creo que muchos de nosotros que fuimos capacitados hace 20, 30 años como médicos, nos enseñaron en un ambiente muy distinto. Entonces casi tenemos que reaprender cómo es que vamos a trabajar con nuestros colegas hoy en día, porque estamos tan estructurados en tener esta jerarquía que realmente para tener un impacto y un cambio para las siguientes generaciones en el cuidado médico, creo que tenemos que empezar desde la parte de abajo, como ya dijo el doctor Pereira. Tenemos que establecer las reglas básicas para trabajar como un equipo interprofesional. Y esto tiene que venir desde todos los niveles, desde el médico, la enfermera, para que todos en el mismo equipo sean valiosos, para que todos tengan conocimiento importante, para que todos traigan su contribución. Y todo tiene que empezar desde el inicio, desde el primer año de educación en medicina. Y yo creo que las nuevas generaciones tienen y ya lo entienden. Y yo creo que uno de los retos mayores es que los estudiantes llegan a la práctica clínica, nos dicen, no estamos trabajando como equipo, todavía tenemos este sistema tradicional donde están los doctores trabajando de manera jerárquica, entonces tenemos que ponerlo muy en práctica. Y lo segundo es que tenemos que trabajar y aprender desde un inicio que los doctores y las enfermeras y el farmacéutico y los terapeutas, antes de que se vuelvan expertos, aprendan, se conozcan y luego empiecen a aprender juntos, porque no tenemos que enseñarnos diferentes clases. Por ejemplo, los farmacólogos pueden enseñarnos a nosotros sobre farmacología e interactuar, porque tenemos que valorar estas diferentes disciplinas. No solamente se trata de el cardiólogo que sabe acerca de medicinas especiales para cuestiones cardíacas. Estos pueden llegar a la práctica médica y podemos confiar en ellos, en su experiencia como cardiólogos y otros expertos. Y yo creo que estamos haciendo un mejor trabajo ahora, pero si no empezamos en este nivel, es muy difícil esperar que todos trabajen de manera interprofesional en un ambiente hospitalario. Así que yo creo que esta es la forma en que podemos integrar y realmente volvernos un equipo interprofesional, desde ver el paciente, hacer la investigación, y la simulación es una forma fabulosa para poner las cosas en contexto de tal manera que los estudiantes nos digan, bueno, ya tiene sentido, estoy trabajando con un doctor y yo soy el doctor y tal vez hay una enfermera ahí y es mi colega, y porque ya sé quiénes son como persona, antes de que conozca su área de experiencia, lo respeto y valoro sus contribuciones al equipo. Y déjenme les doy un ejemplo. Cuando a mí me capacitaron y teníamos una emergencia por un infarto médico, generalmente el médico era el que lideraba el equipo. Y nunca se me hubiese imaginado, hace 20 años, que una enfermera podría ser la líder de ese equipo, pero Las enfermeras, los médicos pueden liderar los equipos, pueden liderar en este tipo de situaciones. Así que cuando estoy haciendo estos escenarios de código, por ejemplo, hace unos meses, le di el liderazgo a la enfermera y le dije, ¿sabes qué? A los miembros de la familia, ¿sabes qué? Mi enfermera va a ser la que va a ser el líder del equipo y ella va a hablar con ustedes. Y yo creo que nosotros tenemos que hacerlo también en la práctica, como lo hacemos en la simulación, y saber que tenemos líderes. Y como médicos tenemos que modelar este comportamiento en la práctica para que nuestros estudiantes, para que nuestros residentes digan, mis colegas en diferentes profesiones también pueden ser líderes. Y esto es lo que nos va a ayudar a ver un cambio en el cuidado a nuestros pacientes y en nuestros ambientes médicos. Muchas gracias. There is an important aspect that I wanted to talk about yesterday in one of the meetings of the deans that we had. The dean, the director, we call that in Mexico, and the School of Medicine, that is the School of Sciences in Costa Rica too, told us that in his practice for interprofessionalization would have nurses, physicians, and people from other professions sitting together at one table. In his perspective, that would work well. But also, he mentioned that from the perspective of some of the professors, that wouldn't work well because they were not willing to teach people that would not have the medical background, that would not have the, I don't know, anatomy background information, something that they felt it was so basic. So it was part of being a little bit cocky. So in your experience in doctor in the UNAM, how would you change this work, Dr. Pereira? Well, right now we have not implemented that. We are doing certain efforts on that regard, and we try to involve in some meetings social workers, and it's kind of limited. Right now they do have this interaction and they learn a little bit more of what they are doing and what are their scope so as to have a coordinated work. Nevertheless, I do think that we have other examples, especially when they go to the clinical practice. For instance, when they go to the visiting part in the different hospitals where we have the teams of physicians. Then we have the different rounds for the nurses when they go and visit and check on the patients. They also have to report that to the doctors. And I think that this is an opportunity where we can integrate the work so as to give a better care to the patient. And I think that we are working on that and we need to implement that so as to value this interaction. Right now, when we have a problem in the different practice where we have a clinical limited areas and where we have a lot of medicine schools, we have to be creative because, for instance, in the university, in the school, we have different professionals where that you could invite so as to create a joint practice to design a scenario where we can create a simulation that could help us out to acquire certain skills for our own students. And I think that right now in this school, in the School of Medicine, we are now taking into account this interprofessional approach in our curriculum, and that would give us the opportunity so as to start practicing and to integrate the different professionals in our practice.
En los Estados Unidos, entonces, en donde yo practico, en el Hospital General, que es el centro de trauma número 1, es muy desafiante para crear puntos interprofesionales. Entonces, como ustedes ya mencionaron, estos puntos también conformar nuevos médicos. El problema con nuestro departamento de urgencias en el Hospital General es que la forma en que el departamento estructura a los doctores en un lugar es un gran punto. Las enfermeras se sientan aquí y los farmacéuticos en el pasillo. Y cuando yo he tenido estudiantes, mis colegas me dicen, estás haciendo algo interprofesional. Y si todos los que se ocupan de los pacientes tienen estudiantes de medicina, todos tienen sistemas de médicos, un estudiante de fármaco. No, esto no es una enseñanza profesional, porque sus enfermeras y sus farmacéuticos están muy lejos. Incluso en los Estados Unidos hay desafíos estructurales que evitan que nosotros verdaderamente hagamos un campo. En un mundo ideal tenemos que tener un arquitecto para que hagan una estructura para que los farmacéuticos y todos, las enfermeras, los doctores estén juntos, no solo la computadora que esté ordenando medicina, el trabajo social está ahí. Nosotros estamos hablando de los puntos de los pacientes y los estudiantes pueden ver las conversaciones que nosotros tenemos para que verdaderamente sean valiosos para los pacientes. Entonces, esto lo tenemos y yo espero con ansias escuchar algo similar aquí. Muchísimas gracias. I have experience in the United States with this patient, but this is totally precise in this fragmentation that is given in some hospitals. Some hospitals try to break these walls, as I was saying, in order to improve the communication. So I would like Dr. Pereira, could you please give us your opinion about your experience in the multidisciplinary equipment? Normally, there are differences, points of views, because at the end, you're the one that has the last word. And you say, okay, what do you want? A lot of people or a lot of cost? And this is exactly when you have to make the decision. The person that invited the statisticians to construct this, because ideally, well, we wouldn't need statisticians, and there's money to gather information from everywhere. But this, I think that you have to remember that the important thing is to represent the reality with just a piece of it. In medicine, we work the other way around. We collect information in our life, and then from here, we do the diagnosis. Dr. Pereira has a vision that helps us a lot in this sense. How do you do it from your experience, and how can you control this attention and these problems of communication and expertise in order to produce good results? Thank you so much. In my professional life, there has been a diametral change with respect to the focus or the use of the statisticians in the work fields. Like 15 years ago, more or less, we had a clinician and they told us, okay, this is my question. How many data do I need? How many people? What's the sample size that I require for doing this? Okay, there was a communication there. What is the information that you have? Which is your question in reality? Which is your objection? How much money do you have? Also, it had a lot to do. And as of there, a dialogue that could take several days in order to decide which was the best option inside those parameters and the restrictions that existed, and some changes and commitment. We had this database and we were going to collect information because we only had some quantity of money. However, in the last 10 years or so, there has been a diametral change with respect to the information access that we have at an international level. As you were saying, the medical history that exists that allows us, in certain measure, to access some databases with thousands or millions or hundreds of millions of people in very little time. We can have access to this data. I don't know, 50 million people, we could access them in 6 months. Well, having certain level of obstacles. And this has obviously changed the statistical focus or the problems that we have to manage. And it's not like a way of what can we do, but we have to try to understand which are the biases that this kind of database is generating. How can we manage the kind of methods that we can use in order to access certain information that will reflect in a good measure and will answer the question that we're posing. So then our scheme as statistician has changed. We are not only integrated or interested in knowing how many people you want or to manage that information, but now we have to try to understand which are the data that we can access without the need of collecting information. And so we have to have other kind of methods and techniques to design a new methodology, and also the interdisciplinary group that you need is wider because you need to know the person that poses the initial question, the person that has the methods in order to do the analysis, the person that knows how this data were generated, which are the possible data that exist, and this information will generate greater inequity when we generate these results. We have teamworks that are two or three or five people, and now we're working with 10 or 15, and this also has certain costs. And well, this makes it a situation where we have to start with critical communication to establish which are the objectives of each and every one of the people in the group work, in the work group. If not, we're going to have people that go all the way around without having a project, a defined project. Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Escamilla, would you please? Yes, in fact, I only wanted to abound on the answer that the doctor gave because in pandemic, something that gave us the opportunity of exploiting these technological tools that are to do the collaborative work. There are different versions where we can work at distance with the people remotely and to be corrections to see which correction that they make, to see the point of view that of everyone that is participating, and to do international work, and even to share this code that sometimes allow us to make data analysis that has also been important in order to be able to train and to teach some other statistical techniques in order to establish different places where we don't have this training, this deep training. So I think that we have to take advantage of these technological tools in order to be able to share. Thank you so much. And the comment, or both comments, takes us to a reflection that has to do with the disciplines and the pertinence of a series of elements that go and modify the pattern of what we have and we can know or what we should do. So instead of taking advantage of the user and the missing of information, the orientation of how to improve the use of data, and this takes us a practice within the interdisciplinary that will not give us the professionality, that will not give us the ethical component, but in reality, the respect that there is for what's happening because we live in an era of truth. So we have to be very clear upon the fact of knowledge. I would like to touch like last point on the table and to give the opportunity to the audience because normally the question, and this is given to the three of us, what do you recommend for interprofessional practice? Dr. Okuda, with a great experience, has given us a lot of different differences. So the question that I'd like to pose is, what should we not do? Which is the mistake or the one of the worst mistakes that can lead us to a fascination or to a mermaid song that is the mistaken road for interprofessionalization. You have had experience, doctor, at the hospital. What would you recommend to the students not to do, believing that it's interprofessionalization when in reality it's not? Yo creo que algunas de las malas interpretaciones entre los profesionales es cuando un líder está ahí, solamente incluye estas profesiones, pero no son parte de la toma de decisiones, no son parte de los procesos y no son parte de la parte principal de la planificación. Yo creo que a menudo, incluyéndome, pensamos o tendemos a pensar que estamos haciendo este trabajo en una práctica profesional, en una práctica médica, pero como el doctor Pera mencionó, empezando desde el principio, yo creo que tenemos que trabajar en conjunto con todas las profesiones para poder planear una educación. Y no es cierto en un punto profesional. El ejemplo de esto, por ejemplo, en la Universidad del Sur de Florida, nosotros tenemos el día de investigación para todos nuestros estudiantes de medicina, de enfermería y de farmacología. Y recientemente, desde hace 2 años, nosotros tuvimos un trabajo para interpretar la investigación. Las personas se enfrentan con autoidentificación donde piensan que su investigación era no profesional, así que un servidor y otros profesionales hablaban con ellos para ver si verdaderamente eran profesionales. Tal vez tenemos como 40 o 50 sumisiones para ser profesionales y yo creo que solamente 5 de ellos eran no profesionales. La mayoría eran médicos que estaban en el proyecto de investigación con científicos y otros médicos e invitaron a las enfermeras para hacer una encuesta y dijeron, tenemos que hacerlo más profesional. El más reciente que nosotros tuvimos, el primer premio, fue una estudiante de salud pública. Ella estaba haciendo un proyecto de un estudio No me acuerdo del país, pero fue en Latinoamérica. Estaba haciendo un proyecto del agua, la inseguridad del agua, y estaba tratando de crear algunas soluciones técnicas para hacer el agua más limpia. Y ella tenía una gran experiencia en comunicación con las personas, social, interpolítica, y trabajaba con ingenieros. Y ellos fueron los que llevaron la experiencia técnica para crear las soluciones para poder resolver el problema. Así que verdaderamente esto fue maravilloso. Yo creo que para resumir, tener diferentes profesiones contribuyendo de manera igual en diferentes formas de lo que ellos hacen, es invitarlos al final para todos los profesionales para que compartan sus conocimientos. Muchas gracias. Dr. Pereda, any recommendation for the students not to incur in the mistakes that will confuse interprofessionalization? Well, basically one, and it's to generate groups where everyone has the ability of observing and deciding which is the common objective, and to allow dialogue in order for this common objective to change in certain way and to recalibrate it. What do I mean by this? It's not uncommon that there are teamworks where there are members that have actions that are very well defined in certain sense, but that will not understand essentially which is the global perspective of the project. What would happen in those cases that those groups not necessarily understand what they're trying to do in reality as part of that activity, which is the objective finally, even if they have a special idea of what they can do. They do their activity, they generate the result that do not have any sense or cannot be integrated with the rest of the group work. And this is very common from the perspective in people that work in qualitative and quantitative data. You generate your activity, you do your project, and at the time of revising it in the group in general, you are close in reality to this. So we go back to this dialogue which is common, this ability of bringing the rest of the group in order for us to understand exactly which is the global objective. It's essential in order to maintain this interdisciplinarity. Thank you so much, Dr. Pereira. Dr. Escamilla, from your perspective, what would you not recommend to happen in order to be a false result, interdisciplinarity? I think that it could be not having that feedback and the evaluation of the implementation of a strategies where we can exactly after these practices that we have to try to gather which were the mistakes committed, which was the lack of communication that they had, and even to teach to have this resolution of conflicts that they may have among professionals, and to have this openness in order to be able to make the change in the attitudes that they have with the other, and to decrease that hierarchical load that exists a lot among the professionals. Thank you so much, and I think that there is a coincidence among all of us on the panel, but now I open the floor for the participants. If you have any comments or any questions, I do not know if you have microphones back there. They are raising their hand, our peer there. Just mention your name And a small presentation, first ladies first, and then gentlemen, if you allow me. Thank you so much, Doctor. Congratulations for the extraordinary panel. I am Maria de Los Angeles Fernandez. I am professor of public health, and I would like to make a comment of something that is informal in our interprofessionalism that I think that we have to consider at the hospitals, the schools, and other environments. That is to give a space where we can find the different professionals very fast and to be able to talk among them. In that sense, we have had at the Glove Institute of Boston, the Genomics Institute of Medicine, we implemented a very comfortable space with coffee, snacks, cookies, and some amenities where you can sit and share. And we always stop talking with the other. What is the project that you're doing? What are you doing? This is totally informal, but at a human level is very efficacious. I think that we have to gather and to assert this kind of spaces, but I think that it's very important to commingle. Thank you so much. I'll pass the floor to our peer then. Yes. Good morning, Dr. Lozano. Thank you so much, and also the panelists for this excellent roundtable. I'm Dr. Eduardo Alvarez, a professor in medical education. I am a passionate of interprofessional education, and something that very few times is mentioned, the element or one of the most important elements of education, collaborative practice, and even interprofessional attention patient. And this is what distinguishes other models of education. So, in this focus, it's very important to have the patient along with the team. We have to consider the patient in the health team, education, care. And this is my comment, and I want to know what is your opinion because we don't mention the patient or their family so often. So the second comment is that the universities are not alone in this, and it's worthwhile to talk about this, Dr. Lozano, because there are two bodies, international bodies, which is the Interprofessional Global, the ITR Global, which are initiatives at a world level. The first one, in order to try to do this and to support the regional networks interprofessionally, and the second one is the recent document that they issued about orientations in research, in interprofessional and collaborative practice. And this is a very interesting document because it has a glossary that is defined by consensus where they clarify all the doubts in interprofessional education. It's a document that recently in US Global in 2022 talk us about the challenges that interprofessional education has had in Latin America. And the three great challenges that they had were, first of all, the lack of economic resources, time. This information was collected in a survey of universities in Latin America. And the second one is that there is not compulsory in interprofessional education in a great part of Latin America, different from the United States, where there are standards of accreditation where they demand the universities to have interprofessional activities. So this is the second cause. And the third one is the resistance to the change by the professors. It's very interesting, Dr. Lozano, because I have not heard These bodies that precisely help collaborate with the university in this road for interprofessional education. And they say in a very correct way that interprofessional education is easy to design but difficult to implement. And the other important concept of these bodies is the fact that we must not be asking ourselves if education is useful, interprofessional education. We have to perform studies with a good methodological basis in order to strengthen this kind of research. Thank you so much. Your comment is very important and very informative. And we are at a university. We also have bibliography. So I thank you so much. Some of our peers want to talk about these two opinions. They want to comment about them. Just a fast comment about including patients and the public within the research and also the other part. In England, the United Kingdom, where I work for several years, we have had a process to integrate the audience and the patients in every research processes. In the motor industry, the motto is research about me, and which means that any research projects that considers financing has to take people from the audience, either the patients, and explain why the project is important for them. So this is another level that is managed in the United Kingdom. Dr. Fournier. Muchas gracias por esos comentarios. Ustedes están correctos. En los Estados Unidos tenemos diferentes organizaciones profesionales de medicina. Es obligatorio tener interprofesionalización y todos están en diferentes niveles en todas las universidades para poder asegurar que existe la interprofesionalización. Estos desafíos es que si no tenemos lo que se requiere, digamos, ustedes son profesionistas, enfermeros o de escuela de medicina, etcétera, no significa que no estemos interesados, pero no estamos solos. Y en los Estados Unidos, debido a los requerimientos para esta inclusión, nosotros tenemos que ayudar y nos ayuda a incluir a las diferentes prácticas. Así que sí genera una diferencia, es mucho más importante, es mucho más benéfico y esto ayuda muchísimo. Doctor Escamilla. There is another question, the last one, when time up. There is a red. Thank you and good morning. I do not work in a clinic. I work with patients, but I work in a research lab where everything that you just mentioned is perfectly applied because we are a group of professors and students that come from different generations. We have different formations in old schools, in new schools, and recent with the students. So the communication, I consider it essential for the objective of the projects to have a safe environment in order to give any opinion. There is no retaliation. It should be considered, and at the end of the story, we require the interdisciplinary groups because the results that we obtain many times we don't have the ability due to our formation of interpreting them, and we have to consult other specialized groups in order to reach the final objective. Thank you so much, and it was very interesting. Thank you so much for your comment. I want to close this panel, and it's very good for the participation of the colleagues and the audience. And we want to mention three messages: the importance of communication and collaboration. And there is a very recommended book that is called To Sleep with the Enemy that establishes that classic communication is the one that regularly happens. When we have a common objective, we all sit down and we all agree. The difficult part is the adjusted collaboration. When we have to adjust the personal point of view, the personal opinion, to listen to the other and to integrate this on the table and to be able to advance. In the matter of professional practice, this may result relatively easy. In the matter of policy, it's very complicated, but it exists. In Colombia, we sat the guerrilla, the army, the politicians, and the opposed parties, and they reached an agreement. We can do it, but we have it easier because our mission is more humanistic. Second comment: the resistance to change. I loved your summary, Doctor, because in reality, we are not here for anything new or something that does not exist. But the experience of the Dr. Kura in the United States with the autocritical two mistakes and that give us good results. The experience of Dr. Pereira in England, the experience of Dr. Escamilla in the practice in public health and the works in the communities. But definitely, as one of our professors says, the strength of change is open inwards. So I think that the first person that has to change is ourselves in order to change the others. If we open the door of change outwards, we're waiting for the others to change so we can change. And in that sense, the answer for change is a phenomenon that is not only from our profession, but we also have to try to promote it. And lastly, we have to say that we are not reinventing the wheel because this is being practiced. The problem is that some countries or some universities are lagging in interprofessionalism, and we have to adjust times and efforts. And it's very important there distinguish the readings that are mentioned, and on the other hand, to take this to level discussions, not just to stay in this auditorium, but to look for persons that will really allow us to transform and regulate these objectives. I think that we have very important tasks. I thank you so much for your time, your participation. To my colleagues, I thank you so much for your expertise and your time. And with this, we close the panel of today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we will give the participants of the panel their token of acknowledgement for their participation in our Interprofessionalism Congress. And we will do a small adjustment in the panel in order to continue with the next activity. In the meantime, we will proceed with a raffle. As we have been doing it, please go ahead with the raffle. Please. Good morning. Thank you. We'll proceed to the raffle of our new package of books for a student. We're gonna request Dr. Fernandez Alpuna that will mention one number from 1 to 13. Please, doctor, say a number. 11. 11. 11. The winning number is 11. The student has number 11 is the winner. Perfect. You have won a set of books that will be given to you. Oh, thank you so much and congratulations.
Now, as to continue with our program, we are going to have Dr. Okuda with us. This is the keynote for the Interprofessional Day, and this is the collective inspiration so as to promote interprofessional actions in transformative education. This is from Dr. Kuda. Recently, Dr. Okuda is the president for the healthcare in the U.S. He graduated from the New York Medical College, and he has been practicing medicine for over 20 years. With us, Dr. Okuda. Dr. Okuda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your great questions in the panel. Discussion.
Muchas gracias a todos y muchas gracias por el panel. Realmente me gusta mucho poder tener la oportunidad de continuar con esta conversación. Y realmente quisiera platicar un poco acerca de lo que hemos estado haciendo en la práctica interprofesional. Disculpen, me voy a quitar los audífonos para no escucharme en español. Y lo que me gustaría hacer es darles un poco de historia de lo que nosotros hacemos y darles un ejemplo de donde nosotros hemos podido mover la cultura en la práctica interprofesional mucho más allá, sobre todo en medicina, en donde hemos lidiado con nuestros retos y las profesiones no han querido trabajar entre ellas. Y quiero darles también un ejemplo de cómo es que logramos sobrepasar estas barreras. Como ya mencioné, yo soy tanto el asesor para el Centro Educativo Avanzado de Medicina y Simulación y también trabajo en CAMLS, que es una instalación de simulación en Tampa, Florida. Es uno de los centros más grandes de simulación en los Estados Unidos. Y capacitamos a equipos de médicos en estos centros para todas las universidades, de tal manera que tenemos farmacéuticos, médicos, terapeutas físicos y hacen capacitación en equipo en nuestras instalaciones. También hacemos capacitación para residencia de cirugía, emergencias, etcétera, y también para otras organizaciones externas, de tal manera que tenemos un área global donde trabaja con enfermeras de todas las partes del mundo y trabajamos en CAMLS para aprender acerca de emergencias obstétricas y emergencias por desastres. Y quiero mostrarles un video del tipo de trabajo que nosotros hacemos. Y hemos estado trabajando en la universidad mucho para enfocarnos en la educación interprofesional de tal manera que nuestros estudiantes puedan trabajar con otras profesiones, trabajen entre ellos de una manera colaborativa. Y ver un ambiente clínico o cómo es que los podemos trabajar de una manera interprofesional con camels. Este es solamente un ejemplo de la simulación que nosotros hacemos. Y quiero hablar un poquito, y de hecho yo creo que nosotros hablamos de esto en el último panel, así que no voy a pasar mucho tiempo hablando de esto, de la importancia de la educación interprofesional en nuestra práctica, porque nosotros hemos visto los errores que ocupan y ocurren en la práctica debido a la mala comunicación. Escuchamos historias así de le quitaron el riñón equivocado, no era el de ese lado, porque nadie cuestionó esa situación, nadie comunicó. Entonces, yo creo que ahora nos estamos enfocando mucho en tener esto de manera interprofesional. Lo que voy a hablar ahora es un poco acerca de la historia de la educación interprofesional. Vamos a hablar un poco acerca del día IPE, donde tenemos diferentes colaboradores que se juntan para hablar de ello. Tal vez ustedes han escuchado mucho del Día de Educación y Práctica Interprofesional. Enfatizamos mucho la importancia de la colaboración y trabajo interprofesional. Nosotros hemos visto los retos alrededor de el cuidado al paciente interprofesional y cómo enfocarnos en estas áreas. En muchos años nos hemos establecido programas en esta área, sobre todo en Canadá, por ejemplo. Por ahí de los 2000, la Organización Mundial de la Salud estableció un marco para integrar la práctica y educación interpersonal. Se formó IPEC en el 2009 para tener competencias para la IPE. Entonces hay competencias que son centrales en 4 dominios: valores, éticas, reglas y responsabilidades, comunicación, equipo y equipos de trabajo. Y esto es algo que ustedes como médico, enfermera, farmacéutico se enfocan. Y la historia de la IP en nuestra universidad es que nosotros iniciamos de manera muy orgánica con la educación interprofesional en el área de medicina y educación terapéutica, porque necesitábamos esta educación interprofesional y preguntamos cómo creamos oportunidades para que nuestros estudiantes trabajen juntos. Así iniciamos esta conversación. Y en el 2009, un grupo pequeño, no fue en toda la universidad, sino un grupo pequeño, empezó a crear simulaciones específicamente para educar a nuestros estudiantes en práctica y educación interprofesional. Crearon estos módulos de simulación donde teníamos diferentes estudiantes de diferentes profesiones trabajando juntos, de tal manera que teníamos, por ejemplo, un paciente anciano al que habían dado de alta y tenía problemas con su cuidado de la salud afuera del ambiente hospitalario. Entonces teníamos a los trabajadores sociales, a las enfermeras y al médico creando un plan para nuestro paciente. Y empezaron a entender mucho nuestros estudiantes sus papeles, sus responsabilidades y el valor de traer diferentes profesiones al juego. Más tarde creamos el consorcio para tener la simulación entre todas las organizaciones y todavía tenemos ciertos retos. No era perfecto porque obviamente todavía tenemos algunos otros retos. Muchas de las profesiones no querían colaborar con nosotros incluso. Así que creamos en 2018 algo que se llamaba el Día de la IPE o de la práctica y educación interprofesional, en donde traíamos a todos nuestros programas de tal manera que creamos un ambiente muy colaborativo. Y debido al éxito del día de IPE, nuestro vicepresidente ejecutivo creó oficialmente una oficina para la práctica y educación interprofesional. Y esta oficina no está en la Facultad de Medicina, no está en la Facultad de algo, sino es a nivel de la universidad, de tal manera que ayuda a que todas las profesiones sean equitativas y justas y que ninguna dicte qué es lo que va a pasar en lo que nosotros estamos haciendo en esta área. Tenemos diferentes programas y pilares y nuestro enfoque es principalmente la simulación. Es una de las áreas donde nosotros permitimos que la educación interprofesional se dé. Tenemos una integración curricular donde si tenemos una clase, no sé, por ejemplo, de farmacología, podemos tener a alguien de la farmacia y podemos tener a alguien de, no sé, enfermería trabajando juntos en esta clase. Y en una práctica profesional, ya vieron un ejemplo de lo que nosotros hacemos. Nosotros creamos oportunidades para que nuestros estudiantes trabajen desde el inicio en una comunidad, en un ambiente donde tenemos una clínica que se llama Clínica Puente. Estas clínicas tienen 2 profesores que están supervisando el cuidado que se le está dando a la población que no puede pagar los servicios médicos, pero que llegan ahí. Entonces, nuestros estudiantes les proporcionan los cuidados médicos y les damos como esta parte de práctica. También quiero hablar un poco acerca de lo que es el día IPE. Y lo que es este día del IPE y su objetivo es que sí pasa una vez al año, pero realmente es un trabajo de todo el año. Este día IPE es todo un día y es una oportunidad donde podemos conectar a todos los maestros con los profesores de todas las profesiones para que colaboren en conjunto y puedan crear como este proyecto para que trabajen de manera colaborativa, de manera anual y les permite a todos nuestros estudiantes conjugarse y entender el valor de cada una de las diferentes profesiones en este tema. Y nosotros elegimos un tema cada año que requiere un enfoque multiprofesional y que sin este no podría tener una solución el problema tan difícil que les planteamos. Por ejemplo, se enfocan, por ejemplo, en una crisis. Tal vez tenemos policías, políticos, obviamente todas las diferentes especialidades clínicas, trabajadores sociales, personas de psicología, Estamos personas que nos hablan de las diferentes perspectivas, hablando acerca de cómo podemos manejar una crisis en nuestra comunidad. Otros ejemplos de los días IPE, donde tuvimos un código azul, donde tuvimos que hablar acerca de la globalización de las enfermedades. Y debido a que teníamos COVID, tuvimos, por ejemplo, la participación de virólogos de otras partes del mundo, donde hablamos incluso, por ejemplo, vacunas, estudios sobre animales, hablamos de diferentes temas de tal manera que fue muy amplio, en donde todas las profesiones se conjugaron para resolver el problema. Ahora, ¿quién está involucrado? Bueno, involucramos profesiones de todos los programas que tenemos en la universidad y tenemos una solución matutina con expertos y antes lo hacíamos de manera presencial, pero con COVID lo volvimos algo virtual y esto nos encantó porque es abierto, es gratis, todo el mundo lo puede tener. De hecho, ustedes que pueden asistir en noviembre si quieren y realmente se vuelve una actividad global, profesional, internacional. Y en la tarde nos enfocamos en los estudiantes de tal manera que tenemos a los profesores de todas las profesiones trabajando en conjunto y creamos un equipo de equipos de diferentes profesiones con estudiantes trabajando en un proyecto. Cada año identificamos un copresidente para el día IP, porque obviamente yo lidero la oficina de el IPE, pero siempre tenemos un copresidente para cada uno de los diferentes facultades, por ejemplo, la de enfermería, la de farmacéutica, la de servicio social, y esto asegura que tengamos valor no solamente en la parte más superior, sino que permee hacia todos los estudiantes y que realmente llegue a todas las personas que generalmente dicen, la verdad es que esto no es muy importante, pero si vemos que lo, las, la gerencia, los que están arriba lo utilizan, entonces sí lo usan. Aquí solamente tenemos una foto de lo que nosotros hacemos, una idea muy cortita de lo que nosotros hemos hecho en los últimos 5 años. Esto es lo que hicimos el año pasado. Al principio, la verdad, teníamos muchos colegas que estaban muy aprensivos, que no querían trabajar juntos porque había diferentes políticas, diferentes relaciones, diferentes, profesores que nunca trabajaron juntos. Y el reto era cómo hacíamos que los profesores de los diferentes lugares trabajaran juntos. Y nos reunimos 2 veces cada mes durante todo un año para hacer el plan. Y lo que hace esto es que abre la comunicación. Es un lugar virtual donde los profesores se sienten seguros para platicar y crean otras oportunidades. Así de, ¿saben que estamos haciendo esta actividad? Tal vez tus estudiantes pueden venir. Y sí se enfoca alrededor del día del IPE, pero también es un día para que la comunidad de profesores hable y es muy bueno para ellos. Y en los últimos 5 años, la cultura cambió. Y la voluntad de trabajar juntos y la colaboración cambió totalmente y es muy bonito verlo. Y probablemente vieron en el video que todos los diferentes profesores se fueron involucrando mucho más en las diferentes actividades. Esto es lo que nosotros hicimos con el día de IPE y quería darles estos ejemplos. Como ya mencioné, nosotros hablamos acerca del papel de la tecnología y su impacto en la práctica interdisciplinaria. Y estos son objetivos que nosotros como grupo de trabajo ponemos y creamos y es muy relevante para todas las partes involucradas. Ustedes pueden leerlos aquí en la diapositiva, pero son los objetivos que tenemos en la sesión de la mañanera. Tenemos a nuestro copresidente que es muy futurista, es muy de tecnología y él está muy enfocado hacia el futuro. Y esta sesión es con los expertos. De hecho, tuvimos un futurista hablando acerca de tecnologías futuras, de cómo es que los humanos y la tecnología van a tener una interfaz y cómo va a impactar en cómo nosotros damos el cuidado médico. Y luego, en la tarde, se vuelve mucho más grande. Tenemos mucha gente que reunimos y es muy retador, pero tenemos representantes de, digamos, a los mejores de los médicos que se reúnen a crear un grupo de 10 o 12 representantes de los diferentes salones desde las diferentes áreas. Nunca han trabajado juntos ellos, pero tienen que trabajar esta tarde juntos, compartiendo contra otros equipos. Así que al final del día se crean amistades, se valoran, se entienden y realmente empezamos a hacerlo porque al final también tiene que competir en frente de unos jueces y no les digo de qué facultad son. Ellos aprenden a ser un solo equipo y al final, cuando el equipo gana, les permito que se presenten y realmente es sorprendente. Si no se me ven y si yo soy médico, el médico va a saber mejor y a veces te sorprendes. ¡Wow! Tiene otra capacitación, estudió otra cosa. El líder era el que estudió farmacéutica o enfermería y eso también nos abre los ojos a todos los profesores y a los estudiantes de que nosotros podemos crear grandes equipos con diferentes perspectivas. También ponemos un enfoque en la colaboración y el impacto de las sesiones para el profesorado es muy bueno. Es por eso que nosotros hacemos esta planeación durante todo un año, porque la planeación para la actividad de la tarde es impresionante y es muy compleja y todos los años es diferente, un poquito diferente. Tenemos facilitadores, tenemos capacitación para facilitadores. Por ejemplo, el año que nosotros hicimos de la globalización de enfermedades infecciosas durante el COVID, los equipos tuvieron una nueva enfermedad infecciosa que acababa de emerger, que no era COVID, era totalmente nueva, y le dieron la descripción de la enfermedad, de cuántas personas impactó y de cómo es que escalaba rápidamente en los diferentes pacientes y luego tenían que hacer entrevistas con nuestros actores a quienes nosotros capacitamos y les dijimos que tenían esta enfermedad nueva. Ellos tenían que determinar quién fue el primer paciente, el paciente cero, y también tuvieron que determinar cuáles eran las características reales de este nuevo virus o bacteria o lo que fuera que estaba causando esta nueva enfermedad para que al final de su proyecto pudieran dar recomendaciones a la Secretaría de Salud para que pudieran lidiar con esta nueva enfermedad. Porque entrevistamos a estas personas, consideramos que esto es lo que se deben de hacer. Nosotros hicimos el contacto y el rastreo. Así que si se imaginan los diferentes profesores, wow, estaban impresionadas. Los estudiantes se volvieron líderes en sus propios equipos y algunos de los estudiantes nunca habían hecho estudios de rastreo y contacto antes. Así que realmente pasamos muchas horas capacitando a nuestros profesores para que ellos también pudieran entender el poder de tener este enfoque en la salud pública y hacer recomendaciones para la salud. Así que esto requirió de mucho trabajo y todos los años la sesión de la tarde es diferente. Este año el tema de noviembre va a ser, de hecho, se enfoca en el bienestar y el desgaste de aquellos profesionales que se dedican al cuidado médico. Así que empezamos ya a trabajar en esto y tenemos estas actividades en noviembre que, de hecho, estamos en agosto, tenemos ya nuestros ponentes, tenemos el título, tenemos el copresidente. El copresidente este año es uno de nuestros directores de una de las facultades. Así que, bueno, quiero mostrarles algunos poquitas ideas de las actividades que vamos a tener este año. Bueno, solamente de lo que vamos a tener este día. Obviamente tenemos muchas actividades, incluyendo simulaciones entre diferentes facultades. También tenemos un área de investigación, sobre todo en la universidad. También tenemos un premio para la mejor investigación interprofesional. Así que yo traigo a mis contrapartes, donde presentamos estas investigaciones interprofesionales y su valor. Y también tenemos la competencia Clariant en los Estados Unidos, que se hace en todos los Estados Unidos, en donde las diferentes facultades compiten en diferentes casos. Y el año pasado, creo que nuestra universidad ganó el tercer lugar en todo el país en la competencia Clariant. Y esta es una competencia interprofesional Y esto nos da más oportunidades para crear más temas para el futuro. En los Estados Unidos también tenemos algunos recursos, como que nosotros somos parte de una área de colaboración interprofesional en salud. Hay muchos recursos a los cuales podemos tener acceso también. Y bueno, eso era todo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Eshbal en este momento la entrega de su reconocimiento por esta participación.
Thank you, Dr. Akuda, for your great presentation. Right now, we would like to give you a token of our appreciation for your great presentation from the hands of our doctor.
Y vamos a hacer
And now,
pequeña ajuste.
we're going to just make some adjustments to our scenario for the next activity that is going to be the Puma Talk. But before that, we're going to carry out our raffle of the set of books. So let's go ahead with the raffle. Morning. Now let's carry out the raffle of our set of books for our students, and we're going to ask the people from our audience to just pick a number from 1 to 18. 7. No, a 7. 7. Do we have a 7? Who has the 7 with a yellow star sticker? 7. Is that you? So that's you. You're the winner. Thank you very much. Later on, we're going to have another raffle. After the Puma Talk, we're going to have another raffle. Just keep your number. And at the end of the Puma Talk, we're going to have another raffle. Thank you very much. As we already mentioned, we're going to do certain tricks to our scenario so as to have the Puma Talk.
El cerebro en el aula.
The brain in the classroom.
Permítame,
Please allow me, doctor. I'm going to make a brief presentation. Doctora Alicia Castillo Martinez is a biologist from the National University Autonomous of Mexico, and she has a diploma in neurosciences and neuroaesthetics, and she did this from the National University of Mexico and academic stay in the lab of neuroanatomy microsurgery in the Polytechnical National Institute, certified in change management alter model and the generation of models, business and canvas model. At present, she is responsible of the unit of educational research in neuroanatomy and professor of functional neuroanatomy in the neurosciences bachelor degree of our School of Medicine. I'm sorry, I cannot hear her. She's not using the microphone. I'm sorry for the technical problems. Please, doctor, we're going to do an adjustment with your microphone. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you so much. And as I was telling you, that question of which is the classroom where we have learned better, it's very probable that this classroom has been your preschooling classroom, that space where you had a lot of stimuli that allowed the connectivity among the neurons. And in spite of the fact that we have this evidence in the early stages that stimuli, movement, commingling with my peers helped me a lot for learning. When we get to the university and we start giving our classes, we know what we're going to do, and we have the evaluations, but we don't think a lot about the classroom. In the last 100 years, the classroom has changed very little. We have included certain elements, more colors, but basically is that space in which you enter, you sit down, sometimes you even get silent and you receive information. And let's say what the evidence of brain tells us is that this is not necessarily the environment that we improve. So there are several groups of researchers that have looked in an orderly fashion what happens to the brain in the environment, but we have done very interesting discoveries and very amusing. Some that there are basically three scenarios: a scenario where the rodent grows with a great kind of food and water, and the other scenario where the rodents grow with this wheel that we have seen where the rodent may run. And there is a third scenario that, as of now, we will call the enriched environment. This enriched environment has to have at least four criteria. One of them is that the rodent may move freely. So there are bigger boxes from the ones that we have in the bioterial, and they have to have the possibility of interacting with other mates to see sensorial signs and also cognitive activity that solves some problems. For example, to reach feed that is not accessible at the first hand and to say, okay, yes, but we are not going to put them in a box. How can we do in the classroom in order for them to have a positive effect in the future? So there is another scenario that we have studied, which is in patients that have had strokes, and in the rodents that grew in a rich environment, there are two things that change in the brain. You remember the axon of the neurons, which stimulates the most, which increases the volume of white matter, and there's a graded connectivity. The neuroplasticity increases, and even at the molecular level, the synthesized molecules, such as the neurotrophic factor of the brain that facilitates a lot of processes, including the memory and learning. So we could say, is there something different in the brain when we do it in humans? Well, in humans, the scenario are people that had strokes and that are in the part of rehab, and they were not so many scenarios, only two. One of them where the patient was recovered in their home, not even at home, but in his bedroom by himself, and others where the patient was the one that had this enriched environment where they had a simile. And there are other patients where they are helping them for the rehab that is better. There is a cognitive stimulation. In fact, in UNAM, there are several factors with video activity and obviously to solve problems at the level of the patient may have, but that it's solved. And well, they found the same in the part of productivity, more white matter. But in humans, we also found that they nurture the processes related with the memory and the learning, which is particular in their case, and there was less cell death. They are very interesting and they tell us how, in reality, the environment affects our brain. We know very well the other part. We affect the environment, but in this road, the other way around. So then, here, in order to have an idea near the classroom, I want to share the model of Dr. Scamilla Duque, who is a French neuroscientist, and he works mainly about what he has learned in the lab. He puts it in a triangular model where they say, okay, learning is like a triangle. The first thing that you have to do the first thing that you have to do when you're going to give a class, you have to call their attention. How are you going to teach them in order to send their attention? No, I don't know how I'm going to make this. And the element that we could do is, for example, the elements of the enriched environment that could be this where you enter, and it's similar to kindergarten, is where you learn the most in kindergarten. So this part of calling the attention, now that you call the attention, you have to put hands on. So if the student is mistaken, okay, we are in a protective side, because the soon you will be mistaken, we can do the correction or the adjustment faster in order to do this and to reach a point, and with consolidation, more myelin in the axons, more neuronal connectivity, and more communication among the different areas of the brain. So here the question that I'm posing is, in my next class, next time, when you enter your classroom, which are the elements that will be enriched? Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, la doctora
Thank you so
Alicia
much,
Castillo,
Dr. Alicia Castillo.
entrega de su
And now we give her a token of acknowledgement for the participation of the brain in the classroom.
Les pedimos con un aplauso.
So we ask her a big round of applause, please.
Gracias. Y vamos a continuar con la dinámica
And we will continue
de
with the raffle of a package of books that are given.
participantes aquí en nuestra facultad. Así es que pues ustedes estén muy
So please be aware.
por favor, para que vengan todos los
Please tell them
a participar.
in order to come and participate in the Congress, and also win a package of books of our School of Medicine. We're going to do the preparations
A continuación,
to perform the next activity, academic activity. Doctor has given me a number for the raffle. She gave me number 15. Do you have number 15? Perfect. Thank you so much. And you can come forward to give you your ticket and to take a picture. I think that we have a brief break before the next conference. We're going to have Dr. Brosman with a keynote conference. If you want to stay in the auditorium, there is no problem. We will continue in brief.
unos minutos de receso para continuar a las
In order to continue at 10:50. 10:50. Thank you. no, pero no. O sea, esto nada más eso no está
Sí,
grabado
muchas
en
gracias.
inglés.
Tiene mucho gusto.
This
Eh,
conference
presentar el caso
and
de
conferences, and I would like to introduce
esto de
Dr. Rafael
Rafael.
Grossman.
Él es un
Is a surgeon and an innovator in digital transformation. He was born in Venezuela. He graduated from the Central University of Venezuela. He studied general surgery in Ann Arbor, Michigan. He was the first surgeon in the world of using Google Glass during an on live surgery. He is an entrepreneur of digital uses.
practicó, por supuesto,
Of course.
la provisión de educación de salud, así como proponente
He is also one of the ones that fosters the use of metaverse and AI. So we would like to welcome Dr. Grossman. Dr. Grossman, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your invite. And I would like to take you through the technology applied in a smart way so as to improve medicine education, and medicine works. I
In the United States, because I'm Venezuelan, trained in Venezuela, and I have liked the world of technology for a long time. In the year 2012, I went to the exponential medicine, and this is where I met the people from Yugoslavia. At this moment, this group of people that we are eager to know how technology could help us to improve health as such. And in this experience, they allowed us in this way, allowed me to discover technologies that in reality have worked phenomenally in the last few years. This video, it's about the technology, and it's a small device that you put on your forehead with small screen, and it allows us to see a free visual field, but it allows us to interconnect with the internet, and it allows us to take pictures and videos and to do streaming of the videos. And I thought that this would be an incredible tool to improve our experiences with our students in the OR that learn surgery. OR is like a theater of learning. It's not as different it was 100 years ago that now. So when we do this experience, I found that I'm going to increase this ability of teaching and to improve the ability of students of learning. So basically what we did was a screening of safety, and we did the dialogue or what was with the mannequin, because they are looking at the perspective that I was looking at, and in some way or the other, they were inside my surgical field but away. And if we see that in that era, almost 10 years ago, you could have a digital system that could allow you to remember certain things that are important during the surgery, that allow you to give alerts in order to improve the field of the patients. And it has changed a lot in the last 10 years. It has been an evolution of decades of what virtual reality, environmental reality, and the first experience in the MIT, and they have this device of augmented reality, and it was so heavy that you have to take it from the roof. So this had evolved in so many years, and what we're looking at now, and this is a Google Cardboard. Did you imagine? It's like you put your phone in this cardboard, and you could not submerge in an experience, in a digital experience that it without parallel. This is one of the prototypes that we see now, the market lead, the HoloLens, the Oculus. It was a prototype that helped us a lot decrease the price and increase in power and ability. This is the Bargio, which is an R3 of a device that is magical in some way or the other because it allows us to live like in the Matrix movie, and it allows us to revive these kind of experiences. So extended reality is like the synthesis of virtual reality and virtual reality, augmented reality, and also niche back reality. I don't want to invest a lot of time because I don't have a lot of time in explaining, but the virtual reality, we are totally submerged in a digital reality created by a computer. In augmented reality, we can see through the lenses, but there are images that disappear like holograms, and they are on the real world. And mixed realities when these mental images interact with the real world, and we're going to see some examples. I'm going to pass this very fast. Some way or the other, they have a simulation. When the pilots sit down in an airplane with 500 people, they have invested hundreds of hours of simulation in order to learn the best possible how to decrease this work. In medicine, is very similar what's happening. So this is an experience of virtual reality that allows us to introduce a little bit the concept of simulation. This person is on a table, but he is in the floor, but he has a set of virtual reality in a different moment to the real world. And that person thinks that he is in a building at 10 feet floors high, and the brain is convinced, even if the person feels that they have the ground under their feet, they think that they feel like they're going to fall, and in some way or the other, the brain is in a trick, and they started looking at the possibilities of having virtual reality as a therapeutical agent. And today is more than acknowledged by thousands of doctors that virtual reality is very efficacious for anxiety, for depression, for the treatment of these problems because they manipulate the plasticity of the brain in order to be able to improve all these diseases and these processes. If we see in augmented reality or virtual reality for education, this is a platform that is called Medical Holodeck. I saw some cadavers outside. Um, we are allowed by this platform that is digitalized. So with some lenses being at home in the pajamas, you can look at the classes with all the exactly part of a real. Look at this part of this class of anatomy at a distance. It's something unparalleled, and it exists for so many years, and it has been used in many universities of the world. I wanted to show you that this device, the HoloLens, basically allows us to see through, and the images appear in front of us like a virtual reality, but it allows us to see the world through the lenses. Of course, in surgery and in medicine, it's important not to have the block vision. But imagine a class of anatomy where we have this ability, and we can, in some way or another, improve the quality of research of the education that we are receiving. I think that the videos are repeating themselves a little bit. With this same HoloLens, like 5 years ago, a person in France data platform to give HoloLens to the paramedics, and in some way or the other to empower or to increase the capacity of the doctors to treat a patient at distance. They are trying to have an interaction with all the data of the patient through some lenses that are kind of HoloLens, the virtual reality. This is a small concept, but it works in many other solutions that are similar. This is I think of 5 years and something that seems something of Hollywood, of movie. They use sensors and put the patient there and they communicate themselves, but also with the perception, with the solution, and it allows to have superpowers to the paramedics. I want to teach you very brief solutions in order to see what they exist. Through the HoloLens, we can see this person. This is a photo volume video of a patient with COVID. Everything that you see in the operating room, this patient is interacting with the real world. But the important thing that this is a tool of education because the student could be at home, at the university or whatever, and to learn semiology of the physical exam of a patient in any pathology. So this is a real patient, but he's an actor, and the student is in some way or the other obviating the need of going to a hospital, a patient with COVID, for example, and examine him. He is learning at a distance using technology in an intelligent way. And the company that is the solution that has tens of clinical cases that the students may access in order to improve their education using what we call mixed reality. Fundamental VR, it's a company that specializes in virtual reality and they created the virtual tuning. It can create a digital model and they teach the nurses and it takes a long time using virtual reality. It can increase, it can improve in some way or the other this process of learning and training through this simulation in increased reality in order to decrease the cost and the performance. It's much better. There are a lot of robotic devices today which are very difficult to learn, and if we have this instrument, it's easy to learn 10, 20 in a virtual way. And we are an expert, like a pilot that has an environment full of people. So then again, there are specific cases that are revolving the ways of designing and the ways of learning. This is a virtual reality that the person is totally submerged. They are learning, but they have model of patient of the insertion of a central line, for example, is something that truly it seems simple, but it's not simple to create a model, but more than the model that we have to use in any part of any physical space without having the need of using mannequins, of using patients, of course. And when the person goes and visit the patient, they have a more real knowledge of what he can expect. So the traditional OR, it's a complex space full of medical devices, technological equipment, and today virtual reality, increased reality, is being conformed in a tool, but not only to do the diagnosis, but also to do the treatment. So the future of this extended reality it's very clear, and it's not going to be only the user that can use and can be connected to a same system in a real time and to work at distance as it would be a physical space. So this is an exponential growth that has had a penetration in the industry. Last year there was almost 60% of the industry that was experiencing with augmented reality, and of course it's not only the vision and the sound, but also the haptic experience, the touch experience, the smell experience, and all this that are being integrated to virtual reality. And obviously, the costs are decreasing, and the power of this technology is increasing, and the size and the cost is also decreasing. So, this is a platform, and we can see how this people is doing this surgery, and they can have another person at home that is doing a parallel the simulation before surgery, but this person has this box that you see here that allows them to translate the movements to the virtual space and to feel, for example, the vibration of the drill when the person is drilling the knee. And with this platform, they also have gloves that allow you to make something very similar that would be this presentation that is increasing the experience, because as simpler we can incorporate this reality, this digital reality, this experience is even more real. So with these gloves, we're touching this experience, we're looking at the incidents, and this is something truly that seems magical, but it's not. So, and then they're feeling the density of the tissue, they're feeling the torque, and this is something that has evolved a lot, a lot. These gloves that I have here are some gloves that are like the second evolution of the system, and basically they allow the same thing but in a more intuitive way. And this is a big device. It's a device that's bulky and gives the person an even more real experience. So, how is the surgical experience within the OR today? How the way in which we're doing surgery is being transformed. We're going to have weekly talks from the Hospital of Singapore, and this is something that will find certain solutions that exist for several years, where within the OR, before the surgery, the surgeon and the team may have an interaction with the anatomy or the pathology of the patient to create a mental map that allow him or her to have a better performance in surgery. This is called McGivis, this platform, and they achieve to overlap the digital image, the holographic image of the real patient in real time. So this allows, in a very ergonomic way, you are doing the operation, you have the tomography overlap to the cranium of the patient, and this helps you to the location that you're looking for a tissue, or you have to drain a ventricle, or you want to do a biopsy. These are things that already exist, and visualization is something that we had never seen before. We are not used to see this digital part in 10 or 5 years in 3D, but in slide 2D that opens the possibility of forgetting the actual tomography or a digital tomography. So here we have a number of facts that have to make this radiological three-dimensional um image as they do this. These are other solutions, it's platforms that they're using a lot in Europe, and they are almost going back to the different screens when you are operating. You can have the screens wherever you want to put them because the screens are spatial computing, where the desktop is the space that surrounds us. So this is something that totally is revolving in certain way the way in which we perform the surgeries. The field that is developed in the neurosurgical part of orthopedics, but they are also exported to general surgery, surgery, and trauma surgery, and all. And as you can see, it's not the traditional OR, but it's the OR that is increased through the use of technology. These radiographs that were before on the wall are floating above us where we want to put them, and we're cooperating and looking at the photographs without distraction, increasing the ergonomy of all this. So this clinical history of before and after these folder events, which are metallic, maybe we will remember this because this is things of the past. But here we can see that this same technology, in order to integrate the clinical history to the reality of the patient, this is something that we can have several customers and use this project that I did my master in digital health, and you can see how the patient can be integrated in this process of knowing and having a better experience not only from the user, from the doctor, the technician, and the nurse, but also from the patient. So the possibilities are limitless. If we think in artificial intelligence, which is a fashionable topic, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, everyone is talking about the large language models, the ChatGPT. This is something that we have been working for several years with artificial intelligence, but in the last few months, LTPG or LLM, everyone is talking about this and they are applying it to every industry, including health. There is something that's called the Amara law, but basically says that all these exponential and fascinating technologies in the short term, we overestimate them. Imagine the GPS, for example. Everyone was talking about the GPS when at the long term, these exponential technologies are underestimated, but now this reality, ChatGPT, and everything is overestimated. But in the future, they're going to be part of the daily life. They're going to be part of how the humans act, behave, and we don't even think about the digital technologies that are behind us. So, future generation is trying to educate, talking about health, generation health. The doctors of the future, they have to be in some way or the other knowing what they are having, what they are experiencing in this technology. So at the day of practicing medicine, they don't find all of a sudden with the traditional education working later and treating patients in a non-traditional way world. So we have to think about this technology applied intelligently can be for good or for evil. In any way, they can transform them in superhuman. So it's important that the superhuman will not forget, mainly in the field of medicine, it will not forget about the main objective of medical practice, which is health and the patient. So I allow myself to tell you that I think that the intelligent use of this technology some way or the other, make us free as doctors, nurses, health technicians, in order to be able to rescue mankind in medicine, in order to be able to devote, not to see only objective that algorithm can make better or faster than us, but to rescue with the empathy, compassion in medicine, rescue humanity, because at least for now they cannot be better than us. So I think that it's very, very important that these technologies will allow us to connect ourselves and to collaborate with other people in our environment of what we call the collaborative XR, the collaborative reality that allows us to do a network in some way or the other, which is more complex, more efficient. At the time of the patient, it's even more effective. So we have heard about the metaverse. It's a very sexy word. For example, there is a group that's called Iranians. They created a digital benefit and they're looking at patients in this metaverse. A medical visit, but in some way, not physical, but virtual. And we're not talking about telemedicine, we're talking about a headset where the patient is in a computer, in a phone, a tablet. It's something that is not science fiction. It's gonna be more common in the future. It will not substitute the traditional way, but it will complete the traditional way of making medicine. So 3 years ago, I did this video of a friend that was in the OR. She had some lenses similar to this, and I was looking at my OR, but I was looking at the avatar of my friend that was in Atlanta. And we're talking about the patient. We are reviewing in real time the common denominator. We are reviewing the model of a cranium of a patient. This is 2 or 3 years ago. This is even more advanced. This is the way in which we communicate and in which we see in an almost magical way. This is Proto, a company that allows us to be a hologram of all and to do a real time to a box that was in Santa Clara in California. Imagine this is the possibility of a home care, a doctor or a nurse that will visit you at home and that you can interact instead of a voice and an email to look at the person in real time. This is fascinating, and imagination is the space. But imagine these lenses at the level of a contact lens. This is an old video. It's a contact lens that has a circuit inside, and this lens, in some way or the other, is able that every kind of thing that we want to put in this lens, we are able to do it. It's still very big. We have to do something very practical, but in a few years, we will have this lens that will allow us to interact with the digital world in order not to do it. Do you remember the movie of Matrix? They take the blue pill and the histories end, and then it's fictitious and real life. But if he takes the red pill, then he say, I will show you the world as it could be in reality. So what I wanted to give you was like a grand and universal vision of the possibilities of how the new medical student, nurse student, the new doctor, the new nurse has to have in the curricula, in the training, all these technologies in some way or the other. So when they start working in the real world, they will work in a world that is not a world of 20 years ago that allow a patient to have a better scope. So I even tell you to please take the red pill, not the blue pill. I'm talking about the student, the regulators, the administrators, the doctors, the politicians, and I think that from this depends the future. And with this, I thank you all for your attention and the ones that are connected in Twitter and LinkedIn. And I hope that we can have some questions at the end. Thank you so much. Some questions or comments? Yes, we have a comment here. So we invite the students to make some comments in order to earn and to win book collections. Congratulations, doctor. Thank you for giving us this information. Have you measured which has been the result, specifically in the patients of the incorporation of this technology? And how much has it improved, for example, the result of surgery or treatments for the patients incorporating this technology? Thank you so much for this magnificent question. This is a field that has been developed for many years, and we thought in virtual reality for education, for example. We use it for diagnosis or augmented reality for diagnosis. There are thousands of works. This is not something new. Mainly in Europe and the United States, there are a lot of scientific works, and in this, it's for learning, for education, for training. So there are very, very clear advantages for treatment, the same thing. Mainly virtual reality, the treatment of virtual reality. There are hospitals where they have like a pharmacy of virtual reality. Instead of having pills of medicines, they have software programs for the lens. And according to the pathology or the need, the patient has to put lenses in order to make a trip during the therapy in order to decrease nausea, depression, and the results are valid, objective, and more than anything else scientifically proven. And this field is younger, and for example, the team of Singapore and some sites in Europe and also in the United States where they are starting to use this and they're starting to do these studies because everything seems fantastic, but we have to validate scientifically the results. And we're doing this with very interesting organizations in Europe and the United States that, in some way or the other, cure all the work that are being done that is content with the science. We look in any platform in Google or medical research and nor tens or hundreds, but there are thousands of works already published in this area. I have a question. Is there any kind of tracker that makes like a small research? I'm using, for example, a virtual reality, and after that, evaluated by students or by professors, and the same situation to standardize, for example, the mistakes, and is there a feedback not only as a mechanism but also at the level of a surgeon? You said a tracker? Yes, there are several examples, several companies that have examples not only of globes or lenses and gloves and lenses, the visual or the auditive part, these lenses that monitor a lot of parameters, the axis of movements where they are doing tracking of the eyes, And there are lenses that allow you to monitor the state of stress of the user. And not a long while ago, there were several companies that had those suits or vests that you use or shirts that you use for the games. They're adapting them for the topic of education and treatment. So the person may be monitored in an intensive way. You can try to see how in the medical practice the repetition increases the yield and to improve the performance of this person. For example, in surgery, when we train laparoscopic surgery, then we do this model and sometimes and we practice and practice and practice and you can deride in the traction that they do of the instrument and the human being would break the tissue, but we can measure all this with suits, special suits or gloves. This is a topic that is being developed because, as you can imagine, to improve the training, we will improve the performance and the outcome of the patients at the end. In surgery, there are a lot of physical therapy, and it's something that appears today. Thank you so much, Rafa. It's a pleasure and an honor. Thank you for being with us today. And the question is, what should we be doing, or what should we do as a Latin American country in order to help with this? Not only to be spectators of this kind of so surgeons, Mexican in this case for their own university or the Department of Surgery that have could participate or could be in the protocol with the industry. So what could we do in order to do this? Well, the first thing, thank you so much for the invitation. In events like this, that have users or students or professors, but also the industry or the personalities of the government, administrators, regulators, and stakeholders or people that are being held in this topic to tell the experiences, to do this connection, which I think that is the best way of starting to think in pilot projects that could be adapted to the local ecosystem and that work. Because what works in Singapore or in Boston or in Madrid is not the same thing that works in Caracas, Santiago de Chile, or Mexico. I think that events like such and to do networking and to try to start doing research works and pilot tests that will allow us to test if these are things that can be adapted. And obviously, there are things that can be adapted, but the price every time is less. So we have the advantage, I say, in Latin America. As a Latin American, I live in the United States for so many years, but I have a lot of relationships with Latin America in order to try to give this technology and this progress to Latin America. And I always say we have a great advantage over the more developed way socioeconomically. We have a lot of problems, we have a lot of needs, and we need to solve a lot of things very fast. In this country, sometimes the things that are to be solved are very little, but we have to think a lot of what we have to solve because in our countries the needs are so big that the need is the mother of invention. So the things that are happening in Latin America are incredible. The things that are being created in order to solve problems that some time ago were not did not have any solution. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, muchísimas gracias a nuestro
We would like to thank our guest, Dr. Rafael Grossman, for his brilliant exposition. And right now, he is being granted with a token of our appreciation for his participation in EPEN's Congress. Doctor, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the Dr. Crossman. Now we're going just to tweak our scenario for the next panel that is entitled The Construction of the New Profiles in Healthcare. So let's move on so we can continue with our Congress. Right now, we're going to have the panel regarding the construction of the new profiles in healthcare. And now we're going to read the curriculum of our panelists. Now we have Dr. Ana Carolina Sepulveda from the School of Medicine of UNAM. She is the professor of the medicine department of the UNAM and a member of the board of command, treasurer of the Academy of Medicine, editor of the book Contribution of IMS to World Medicine's Past, Present, and Future, author and co-author of 17 chapters in medicine books, pediatrics books, and other books, and more than 50 scientific publications that are indexed. Would you, Dr. Ana Carolina Sepúlveda? Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to coordinate this panel that is going to deal with the construction of the new profiles in healthcare. And as a first step, I would like to introduce our panelists. First of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Rebecca Cook, who is with us virtually today. Dr. Cook is a professor of the Texas University in Austin, Texas, leader of the clinical team in Paz, Mexico, that creates a reciprocal association between the School of Medicine and the system and the healthcare system in Puebla, Mexico. We also have with us Dr. Lidia Chavarria, virtually. She's a graduate from the Nova Southeastern Grand Canyon University and from the Adventist University of Health Sciences. She has been she worked as senior director for 8 years, and here with us we have in the room Alfred Cobb, who is the attaché professor of the surgery school in the School of Medicine, Yulun Lin, in the Singapore International University. He is a neurosurgeon and the responsible of the pathobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Singapore and the main consultant in organ transplantation in the National University. He is also the associate president of the board of education in Singapore. Thank you very much for joining us in this panel. And briefly, again, because he was presented in the previous conference, Dr. Rafael Grossman, who is with us from the Portsmouth Hospital in Boston. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel. And now I'm going to give you a really brief introduction to our panel. Sometimes we ask ourselves as a School of Medicine, which are the characteristics of the healthcare professionals that we want to train. We also need to ask ourselves which are the skills that our students must have and which kind of professionals we have to have in the market. And the schools are committed to train professionals that are responsible, competent, reflective, creative, compassive, ethic, professional, and human. And the world has changed. It's evolving. Epidemiology of diseases is changing. The demographics is changing, technology is changing, generations are different, and the focus of healthcare is changing too. So, why medical education should keep on being as what it was half a century ago? So, the question is, what do we have to have in mind? What do we have to keep? We need to have a balance between the basic and clinical care and the humanistic side and the human side of our practice, because usually they were not in balance when we were training the healthcare professionals. We have also to take into account that the volume of knowledge is growing at an accelerated pace, and it is impossible to have all the knowledge, all the necessary knowledge for training a student in our hands. So we have to prevent the cognitive overload, and we have to have a broader idea for training our healthcare professionals. We have to to focus them. We have to provide them with all the tools so as to have the processes of integration and transference of knowledge. So all these skills that they are acquiring, all this knowledge that they are acquiring, could be transferred to other different contexts and different situations. We also have to take into account into their training the innovation in education and in technology, and we also have the social constructivism and the different areas for shared knowledge and learning. We have to have into account the different strategies for learning. We also have to take into account the tele-education through Zoom, for instance, and we already talked about the incorporation of simulation and AI into the medical training. We also have to take into account the different formative training scenarios in the different healthcare training environments for the different levels, and the scenarios supported in simulation that are becoming more and more important. And all these have to be introduced in the early stages of the training. We have to train comprehensive, round individuals that see the individual as a whole and not just to provide the person with short-term skills and abilities. They have to know how to do, and they have to know how to share that knowledge. And we have to create these profiles for the different physicians. The first profile that we have here is from CanMex, and the other one is from another area, and the other one is from UNAM. And these three that we have here are the ones that reflect the skills that our students have to have in order to be called a physician. And with that, I would like to leave you. And I would like to start with a round of questions. First of all, I would like to ask Dr. Cole, which are your key thoughts when you review the curriculum of the students? So it evolves, taking into account the changes that we already mentioned.
Thank you very much for the question. I think we all face the same kind of situation.
Muchas gracias por su pregunta. Creo que todos nos enfrentamos a la misma situación en las facultades médicas cuando nos preguntamos qué es lo más importante que debemos de enseñar. Aunque es muy emocionante ser un estudiante médico el día de hoy en día, es también difícil porque tenemos un proceso de revisión que ya está instituido y que busca 4 áreas. La primera es ver cómo es que las políticas de cuidado médico se instauran en el país y están alineadas con la Secretaría, con las políticas generales y cómo es que se va a dar el cuidado médico. Por ejemplo, hace 5 años en Singapur estábamos hablando de cómo teníamos que tener el cuidado médico, pero ahora estamos cambiando a una política más amplia. Y luego, entonces, tenemos que cambiar nuestra capacitación médica hacia lo que está instaurado como política de país. Y también tenemos que vernos en una perspectiva más amplia. Pensamos en este currículum y en la educación como un movimiento para tener actividades interprofesionales como para poder evaluar y capacitar a nuestros profesionales de salud, no solamente en habilidades, sino para que sean prácticas y puedan entregar este cuidado. Y lo más importante es ver esta tendencia mayor para el cambio. Por ejemplo, en nuestra facultad actualmente en los últimos años, este año hemos visto un gran cambio en donde tenemos que tener módulos de preclínica obligatorios, donde tienen que hacer 5 puntos o módulos especiales enfocados en áreas sociales de cuidado de la salud, de la práctica profesional para entender ética y profesionalismo, comunicación interprofesional, y las últimas 2 son de información digital y uso digital. Y en este año académico, todos nuestros médicos tienen que tomar una subespecialidad en informática para que ellos tengan la capacidad de manejar todos los datos y la inteligencia artificial dentro de la facultad. Y más importantemente, cuando están aplicando todos estos cambios en las políticas, es importante tomar en cuenta que no podemos sobrecargar el currículum. Así que, ¿cómo es que recartamos esto? Bueno, de hecho, la inteligencia artificial, también todos los modelos, el Internet, ya nos proporciona mucha información instantáneamente. Nosotros aprendemos mucho de llegar a la escuela y tener un libro de texto, pero actualmente no lo hacen. La información la tienen a la punta de los dedos. Lo que hacemos es utilizar la información de manera efectiva. Entonces, también nuestro profesorado tiene que cambiar y desarrollar estas habilidades para ofrecerle y enseñarles a nuestros estudiantes a utilizar esta información y no solamente a descargar la información. Y yo creo que el futuro va a ser la importancia de utilizar la tecnología para la educación. Y luego vamos a hablar más al respecto en unos minutos en este punto. Muchas gracias, doctor Po. Thank you, Dr. Paul, for your perspective. Without any doubt, it is a challenge to mix all these skills that we have to have for training our students and for meeting the challenges that we have in the current world. And on this regard, and on the different technological challenges that we're facing for the incorporation of technology in the curriculum, I would like to ask Dr. Chavarria and Dr. Grossman, which is their perspective on the role of simulation so as to improve education, healthcare quality, and to reduce the risk for the patient. Dr. Lilia Chavarria, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Do you hear me well? Yes. Well, one of the objectives of is to explore, define, appoint the cognitive errors of the students, and the curriculum has to identify an educational strategy so as to reduce errors. We know that education of simulation improve the results of students. What is ultimately linked to the results that we have in the patient outcome. So when these trained professionals reduce their errors, then we have less claims. In a recent study, we had that the gynecologists that had one or more simulated training between 2012 and 2019 had a decrease in medical errors in 49%. And in this study, also found that the hospitals that had this kind of training for teaching healthcare workers so as to respond perinatal emergencies had a decrease in claims in 37%. So in reality, trainers and students in healthcare that are trained feel more capable, and that translates into a better patient outcome. Thank you very much, Doctor. Could you please tell us more about this? Well, I totally agree with what the doctor already said. I would just like to add that it is clear that simulation is of the uttermost importance for the performance improvement, for decreasing errors, and for improving the process. What it is more interesting about it is that simulation itself is changing. The simulation that we did 15, 20 years ago and that we are still carrying out in many, many places is not the simulation that we should keep on doing. We have to use the current technology. We have to have augmented and virtual reality so as to complement those traditional simulations. And I think that we are right now in a breakout point where technology could seem to be almost like magic, But when we apply it in a validated manner, in an objective manner, then we can actually change these processes for the simulation. So I do think that we are living in a fascinating time because the students that we are going to train nowadays are going to have a great capacity for their performance that is going to be so much better than the traditional student performance. Thank you very much for that, Doctor. Undoubtedly, simulation revolutionized the world and healthcare world. Nevertheless, we do have certain challenges for many cases. Simulation is expensive, expensive for the educational institutions. The initial investment in simulation is high. It means a considerable investment and maintenance too, and the update, all the technology that is there is also a challenge. So which would be the role, would you say, of innovation and production locally for AI, augmented reality, for metaverse in training our students in the university? Well, I do think that due to the time that we are living now, it's easier to create, to have it locally. For instance, if we're thinking AI in the large language models or others, right now it's easier to create simulation protocols in just seconds. Simulation protocol that might not be perfect, but it is almost perfect. That would save you a lot of time, and that could be adapted to locally, to the local needs in this ecosystem that you have. If we think on simulation with virtual or augmented reality, you do not need the headsets of the lenses. That is something that is already distributed, and the cost is decreasing exponentially, I would say. An Oculus headset was $4,000 or $5,000 a few years ago. Right now, it's like $300. So, how available they are? It's more and more available, and also they are more adaptable right now. So right now, this is kind of the golden moment because in the past you had to buy this mannequin that you had to obtain from Denmark or from a very, very far away place. But right now you can create it in just a few minutes or hours in a digital manner, and that mannequin can be adapted to the local needs with their local group, and it could look like to any patient that you have in your clinical environment with a potential for variabilities and varieties and variables that you could have with any other mannequin. So I do believe that simulation right now is limitless. The only limit is your imagination. Yes, thank you very much. And now talking more about technology, and I'm so sorry for skipping you, Dr. Cook, because those topics are different from what you're going to talk about right now. Dr. Cook, I would like to ask you, how do we incorporate these technologies, not only in simulation, but all the technologies into medical education for our new students. De hecho, después vamos a hablar acerca de esto en mi presentación, pero les voy a dar una idea rapidita. Tenemos un espectro muy amplio de tecnologías que podemos aplicar, pero podemos pensar simplemente en una herramienta adicional como que podemos utilizar. ¿Y cómo podemos utilizarla en medicina? ¿Y cómo podemos utilizarla también en educación? Porque los más jóvenes lo van a utilizar en su día a día. Y de hecho, esencialmente les voy a mostrar algunos ejemplos de cómo podemos utilizarlo en educación, que van desde realidad mixta, alguna uso de incluso de un teléfono como para poder hacer este aprendizaje. Lo importante yo creo es saber qué es lo que puede hacer la tecnología para ti y no solamente utilizar tecnología por el hecho de utilizar tecnología, porque ese es un error. Realmente no queremos que sea algo así como que yo soy el chico de que utiliza dispositivos y tecnología. No, el primer paso es entender qué es lo que puede hacer la tecnología para ti. Cuando yo era joven, mi madre me decía, tú juegas juegos. La verdad es que los juegas porque quieres ser el chico malo, no porque quieres estudiar. Pero hoy en día es diferente porque la nueva generación empezó jugando con todos estos juegos, los tenían en la mano. Así que tenemos que entender que si tenemos esta tecnología, cómo y dónde esta va a ser útil para nosotros. Ahora, en nuestros estudios, por ejemplo, generalmente enseñábamos la seguridad del paciente porque podíamos enojar que si teníamos 300 estudios durante una hora hablando sobre seguridad del paciente, primero que nada, la generación más joven, solamente el 10% van a estar ahí presentes en la clase y los otros se van a quedar medio dormidos porque es bien difícil enseñarles, no es fácil de llamarles la atención y retener su atención, pero si utilizamos un escenario y lo hacemos como un juego, le permitimos que se pongan inmersos en este ambiente, entonces vamos a tener interacción, vamos a tener un debrief y vamos a tener aprendizaje porque tienen un aprendizaje que van a recordar. Y obviamente sí es una cuestión que es difícil de hablar, pero la tecnología es muy importante para poder saltar estos retos. La segunda cosa es que algunas cosas que son difíciles de enseñar también tienen su propio valor. Cuando los creamos como módulos, no solamente decimos de que la tecnología es la única manera de enseñarlos, pero debe ser un complemento para poder compartir esta información con nuestros estudiantes para que sea interesante esta información para ellos. Y entonces vamos a poder pasar estos obstáculos y hacer parte de nuestra experiencia. Y lo que es más importante es que también tenemos que entender la perspectiva del estudiante. Cuando nosotros creamos juegos y programas, los estudiantes están ahí con nosotros, también estamos viendo la perspectiva del usuario, también estamos integrando la tecnología para entender lo que necesita el estudiante. Entonces, sí, la tecnología es útil para ellos y nos ayuda mucho, pero también debe ser una actividad que hagamos con ellos, recabamos datos para entenderlos y luego podemos, sí, empujar todo esto en nuestro programa. Lo que es más importante es la cuestión del costo y la inversión en la tecnología. Por ejemplo, los precios de los lentes han bajado muchísimo, pero el teléfono, ya todo el mundo tiene un teléfono. Antes los teléfonos no los tenían todos, pero hoy en día todo el mundo tiene en su mano un teléfono. Así que la tecnología se está volviendo parte de nuestra vida y va a complementar cómo es que nosotros hacemos la educación médica. Y finalmente, y que quiero enfatizarlo esto, la tecnología es una buena forma de hacer que la experiencia sea igualitaria para todos nuestros estudiantes, porque generalmente vienen de diferentes hospitales o de diferentes experiencias educativas, pero si yo quiero universalizar su experiencia educativa y su resultado de la tecnología, va a ser una forma de estandarizar este resultado y luego podamos medirlo. Y yo creo que por eso la tecnología es importante ahora y en el futuro. Gracias. Thank you for that. And now, talking about the disparity in the access to education, especially in healthcare, let's talk a little bit disparity in health. And, and I would ask Dr. Good, which are the skills and abilities that we have to include in the training of healthcare providers so as to close the gap in healthcare, and which would be the things that we need in order to achieve a true equality in healthcare education and training. Muchas gracias por invitarme. Yo estoy virtualmente el día de hoy y bueno, de hecho, empecé trabajando con las bases de cómo es que podíamos lidiar con las necesidades de la comunidad médica aquí en Texas, y nosotros también hemos tenido la asociación con México para trabajar conjunto con una Universidad Autónoma de Puebla en este sector para poder lidiar con estos puntos. Y yo creo que es muy importante rediseñar la educación médica y el currículum y empezar inicialmente y empezar de una manera interprofesional para incorporar el diseño curricular que les muestra a nuestros estudiantes el 80% de qué es lo que determina el resultado sobre la población de nuestros servicios clínicos, y que ellos aprendan de estos impulsores sociales, los entiendan también como lo que tiene un nivel político, un nivel económico, un nivel de política, los diferentes sistemas, tanto locales como del cuidado de salud, que tienen un impacto y que tengan un contexto multidisciplinario. Sin embargo, también creo que, y esto es lo que nosotros hemos tratado de hacer en nuestra facultad médica, es que ellos se sientan empoderados para trabajar de una manera interprofesional para identificar aquellos impactos sociales en la salud y lidiar con ellos. Así que nuestros estudiantes médicos están tratando de tener una educación longitudinal e interprofesional, donde trabajan con enfermeras, con otros trabajadores sociales y otros profesionistas, de tal manera que tengan proyectos comunitarios y que también tengan simulación y escenarios que se enfoquen mucho en estas competencias alrededor de entender la medicina social y sus bases, y que tengan resultados de calidad y que mejoren la seguridad, la comunicación y el trabajo en equipo. Y creo que al incorporar esto de manera temprana en su capacitación nos va a ayudar mucho para capacitar a nuestros médicos para el siglo XXI. Otra de las cosas que quería mencionar es que
es todo un grupo de proveedores de la salud que hemos visto en México que son verdaderamente importantes, y nosotros vemos que son los mejoras en las comunidades. Tradicionalmente, donde existen esos programas son corridos por organizaciones, comunidades locales o por el sistema de salud pública, que es muy adecuado. Pero lo que estamos tratando de hacer aquí en Puebla es pensar cómo nosotros podemos ayudar a nuestros estudiantes, los residentes, el sistema de salud a entender en el papel esencial de que los navegadores nada más o los trabajadores de la salud pueden jugar para poder nacionalizar este cuidado de la salud, cómo les enseñamos a trabajar con los individuos, cómo capacitarlos y cómo poner esta línea de frente en la comunidad y de mejorar esto para todos y cada uno. Thank you so much, Doctor. Undoubtedly, this interaction of the community, this incorporation of some competences of teamwork and leadership, of interprofessionalism, are essential in order to have a better quality of attention of the community and the hospitals. Would you say that in the resume or the study plans or the schools of medicine is this imbalance that I was talking about at the beginning of the schools which are more focused in the formation of biomedical and this interdisciplinary and that leave aside the humanities or the social humanities? What should be your experience? Sí, no, estoy de acuerdo. Yo realmente pienso que históricamente ha habido un desequilibrio. Es interesante ver que en estas universidades, con las escuelas de medicina, un cambio en las nuevas generaciones de estudiantes para tener más conciencia y sensibilidad y ser promotores sociales y también en las responsabilidades de las facultades y también enseñarnos y actualizarnos de cómo pensar de una manera fundamental en los currículums que tenemos. Y por supuesto, todavía tenemos que asegurarnos de que necesitamos proveedores médicos, de ser clínicos excelentes y de tener una base real, sólida en ciencias médicas y también mejorar con otros presentadores, porque creo que la tecnología nos ha ofrecido muchos avances, que es posible consolidar el número de horas de clases en algunas de estas áreas y ya no es factible que los estudiantes se memoricen todo en las ciencias médicas. Se trata más bien de enseñarles de cómo navegar de manera eficaz en la innovación y aplicarla. Y yo creo que una de las cosas que verdaderamente nos consolida en las ciencias médicas es enseñarles en las facultades de medicina y ya están ellos dentro de sus áreas clínicas y con todas nuestras competencias ellos realmente tienen estas competencias y no solamente la comunicación y el profesionalismo, sino también su habilidad para reconocer y navegar en estos puntos importantes de navegación. Thank you so much. And now I will introduce Dr. Chavarria and Dr. Grossman to please tell us your opinion about how can we incorporate the technology and the simulation in the formation of this socio-humanistic area that requires to reinforce more in the study plans. Thank you so much. The interesting part of the technology in the case of virtual reality is that we can create any kind of situation. In the case of the focus of our social determinants, for example, there are multiple platforms that allow the student today to submerge in a situation to put in the shirt of the patient, which I think is the most important because I think that the most important as doctors is to be a patient. The doctor has been a patient with the other perspective, they have a more sensitivity, they have more presence, and they have a clear idea of what the patient is feeling. So here we have a lot of very interesting platforms that allow the students to transform themselves in these patients. Since putting a suit which is very heavy, to feel how a person may feel who is obese or in any situation, up to a suit that determines, for example, to have some lenses that difficult this vision to the student, or I don't know, a suit of transplantation with shaking in order to simulate a Parkinson disease. From this, and even to create situations where there are difficult social dimensions and to make the student to have a role play and to proceed in this situation that he can never imagine. During his medical training, he is not facing those situations, so then he will not have those tools in order to be a good health professional. So I think that the terminology is an answer, a fantastic answers for these kind of situations and to improve how we learn and how we teach from the inclusion, the social determinants of health and care. Thank you so much, Dr. Chavarria. Would you like to say something? Sí, muchas gracias. Yo creo que es una excelente pregunta porque actualmente nosotros vemos estos escenarios de estimulación de salud en el sur de Florida. Tenemos una excelente población de pacientes latinos o afroamericanos que tienen el determinante social que realmente está ocurriendo en nuestra comunidad. Entonces, lo que hemos hecho en nuestro centro es que hemos creado escenarios donde hemos incorporado este grupo de pacientes que verdaderamente se han enfrentado en los entornos hospitalarios y están viendo cómo estos pacientes son incorporados, incorporan su cultura, sus antecedentes a los escenarios. Entonces yo creo que incluirlos en su capacitación desde el principio, esto también mejora la disparidad, sobre todo el punto de vista de los pacientes que vienen con estos puntos. Así que tenerlos en el escenario, su diagnóstico nos ha ayudado con los estudiantes médicos, los enfermeros, etcétera, todas las profesiones de cuidados de la salud, de cómo pueden entregar su cuidado para ellos. Y también nosotros vemos desde el punto de vista cultural cómo ponernos en sus zapatos con estos pacientes, cómo cambiar la historia. ¿Quién es el que hace a los pacientes? ¿Quién es el que toma la decisión con base en sus valores culturales? Entonces, todo eso se incorpora de manera fácil a los antecedentes educativos y a todas las ciencias de salud. Thank you so much. And now talking a little bit about more changes, things which is visible in the Gresham profiles and the curricular changes. We have also talked about the flexibility of incorporation of emerging topics, that the curricula are not rigid, that they can have certain flexibility in order to be adapting to social changes, epidemiological changes, etc., to the migration, for example, also. And so then, Dr. Chavarria, then again, would you please tell us how can we help with training, with technology, and with simulation during these emerging outbreaks of pandemics and emergency situations? Muchas gracias de nuevo por hacer esa pregunta. Entonces, en la pandemia de COVID-19, donde los estudiantes, las enfermeras no estaban en contacto con sus pacientes, entonces su experiencia educativa y clínica en el hospital era muy limitada. Nosotros pudimos trabajar en muchas de esas experiencias en los centros de simulación y proporcionarles lo que no tenían, porque obviamente en los que estaban aprendiendo medicina en nuestros centros de simulación les ayudábamos más, incluso cuando teníamos contactos para poder estar juntos en un salón. Entonces utilizábamos avatars que eran los que estaban aprendiendo y les dábamos indicaciones de cómo y qué hacer cuando no estaban presentes. Entonces, conducía a los pacientes a través de Zoom y nosotros navegábamos en el territorio que era nuevo en esa época, entonces no empatábamos las necesidades básicas de las personas que aprendían para poder continuar con sus experiencias o con sus educaciones. Esta es una de las formas. Y también logramos que se descontaminaran o pasaran la palabra de manera más fácil a otras personas. Fue una manera buena de abrirnos los ojos para ver qué podíamos hacer cuando esto se veía limitado, puesto que solamente había una retroalimentación de su centro de simulación, y entonces nosotros podíamos desarrollar estas experiencias de manera virtual. Thank you so much. So undoubtedly, technology and simulation saved health sciences in these 2 or 3 years of pandemic. So we see the importance of doing curricular changes and to form our students with these competitions in order to be able to use it adequately and our own benefit and the benefit of the patient. So just one concern that we have with the excessive use of this technology is that depersonalization, dehumanization, and to lose the professional identity. And then I would ask Dr. Paul if he can tell us a little bit of how to maintain these values, this professional identity in the era of technology, advanced technology, and artificial intelligence. Muchas gracias por hacerme esa pregunta. De hecho, yo creo que es una pregunta muy importante de la que estamos también muy preocupados, porque cuando el mundo se está basando mucho más en la tecnología, por ejemplo, en el sector humanista del cuidado de la salud, cuando nosotros mantenemos a un paciente como seres humanos, no queremos que llegue el robot y nos diga qué es lo que está ocurriendo. Solamente es muy importante capacitar a la generación más joven de cómo hacer con esta identidad de profesional, de ser un profesional de cuidados de la salud. Y como resultado de esto, hace 2 años, nosotros estructuramos puntos al introducir lo que nosotros llamamos un programa especial. De hecho, es un programa que se basaba en lo que los estudiantes invertían para saber qué significaba ser un profesional de cuidados de la salud, cuál era el papel, cuál era la forma de considerarnos como un profesional de que no era cuidado para la salud para poder cuidar a los demás. Esto significa que esta es una profesión muy estresante, la medicina. Y bueno, pues tenemos que pensar en pacientes que están enfermos, y cuando se mueren es mucho más importante para nosotros porque nos cuesta la vida de alguien, y esto es desde el principio de tomar la decisión de los estudiantes, pero no solamente nos estamos enfocando en nuestro profesionista de la salud, capacitando a los estudiantes a entender esto, personas que van con la experiencia de otra satisfacción, y como resultado de esto, nosotros tenemos que ver la forma de a veces entender estos puntos para ver cómo podíamos lograr esta importancia en la tecnología y darles acceso. Y por desgracia o por fortuna, esto es una simulación que se incrementa con un entorno futuro donde las prácticas y en muchas ocasiones se cometen errores que pueden causar la pérdida de la vida de alguien. Entonces, por supuesto, hay muchos puntos que requieren que hagamos esto. También es un programa muy importante de mentoría de la primera a la segunda, y los estudiantes estaban en el año senior para poder guiarlos de cómo hacer la identidad profesional de estos estudiantes. Y durante todo este punto, nosotros vemos exactamente estas situaciones y nosotros tenemos una sesión donde estamos dándole la bienvenida a estas discusiones de los sectores médicos y cómo podemos aprender a hacer con todo este grupo de ideas y cómo poder aprender positiva experiencia de aprendizaje, utilizarla en el futuro, esperando que estos grupos de generaciones más jóvenes de doctores podrían ser una fuerza que nos pudiera mejorar este tipo de actividades de inclusión. Thank you so much. And now that you took care of the self-care, some of the things that we have been mentioning of changes in the profiles of formation of the health professionals is precisely and also before the immense exchange of information that we have in medicine and health sciences. We say now that it's even more important and it has to have a greater weight the information in these activities, soft activities. They should not be called soft because they are not minor than the others that we have to learn, and now we're called them hierarchical as well. I'd like to know, which is from your perspective, how can we support through the simulation? How can we modify the study plans in order to incorporate or to reinforce these abilities of being able to use them in the future? Well, I wanted to say very briefly that I'm glad that we're talking about this because I think that in healthcare, and in health education, it's very important to start very early to develop this kind of human need, these features that will allow us to be the doctors or the health provider, and the process of training, the process of work is so complex that, as I said very briefly in my talk, we consider the patient as a main focus of health. And technology is also the culprit of this, because when we started about digital health and electronic part, this really took us away, and we are in emergency of mankind in medicine due to the fact of technology in a better way. So the topic of the care of ourselves, and when we talk, it's something that has happened a long time ago, but they are talking about ethical questions. The level of attrition in the health professionals are running away from the field of health. The deficit is more important every time. Thinking in the near future, we will not have the adequate numbers in order to be able to take care of our patients. We need the curricula to incorporate activities that will allow the health professional or the medicine students to learn how to protect himself and to take care in order to avoid this burnout that's so common today. And a statistic that has shown that the main cause of death of the medical residents in the United States is suicide. And to think about this as a health professional that devotes to improve the life of others, but to think that this person should have their own life, it's important that they can do a very powerful call in order to see how we can rethink about these systems in that sense.
Okay, I need to ask what question is it again because I was hearing the translation of the other question.
Como estaba escuchando la traducción, no puedo escucharlo primero. Talking about the self-care and the abilities of power that they have said that have to have a greater importance even of the technical information. There is a profession. Which is your opinion and your experience with respect to incorporate and reinforce the learning in the curriculum? Yo creo que esto es lo que nosotros hemos hecho también porque estamos reconociendo la importancia. Hay una nueva parte en la escuela que se llama la oficina de los estudiantes, que todos les den a los estudiantes una actividad vibrante para que a pesar de que tengan una buena memoria, etcétera, como estudiantes de medicina con un grupo específico, ellos pueden acceder fácilmente a un grupo de personas y a que estén disponibles para hablar con ellos. Y lo más importante, constantemente estamos viendo cómo se puede mejorar, cómo se puede identificar a cualquier persona que debe de liberar el obstáculo de poder hacerlo. Y como ya mencioné, no está entre el senior y el junior, que están muy cercanos entre unos y los otros. El estudiante de medicina está asignado a hacer algo específico, por ejemplo, la casa de los mentores y esas actividades sociales y ponerse de acuerdo con ellos para poder enfrentar el estrés. Y lo más importante es que nuestros estudiantes de medicina primero tienen que saber con qué se están enfrentando los otros cuando primero experimentan esto en el punto de desarrollar, de tener esta sesión o de hablar de ciertas perturbaciones mentales. También la manera de prosperar de esta forma y tenemos puntos a los que se tienen que apegar en todo el sistema que puede haber sido diseñado en un momento adecuado. Y esto tiene que ver con el nivel de custodia, los residentes en el hospital, los residentes que también ven que actualmente son profesores y esperemos que estos impulsores pueden tener ciertos puntos de interés comunes. Thank you so much. Time is running out, and I'm going to pose the last question. We have talked about the construction of the profiles, incorporating the analysis of the public policies of health and education of the country, of the benchmarking with other universities, with other schools of medicine at a world level, the experts' opinion, the opinion of the professors and the administrators, the incorporation of technology, the educational processes, and I think that we're still missing to talk a little bit of what the students are expecting with this formation, this professional formation, because I'm sure that student in Singapore has different expectations from a student in the United States, in Venezuela, or in Mexico. So, Dr. Hook, I'm going to appoint you as the representative of the students of medicine of Mexico because you are working with the Puebla group. So I would please ask Dr. Chavarria and Dr. Grossman if you could talk about the perspective of the students in the United States and Dr. Cobb about all this also. If you want to start, Dr. Cook. Yes, I'm going to talk in Spanish. I have been working here for 2 years, and one thing that is important for the students in Mexico generally, in the Republic they are bigger because they have many students, and they're looking to do in their clinics, and they have to contribute with an important part. Just like 20% of the students have the opportunity to enter enter directly the specialty after their training as general physicians. And I know that, for example, the students are looking to improve their formation in order to pass the NARM, the national exam, because the specialty chain has a different spectrum and more opportunities in medicine. This is on the one hand, but I also feel that the other generation students are looking for a modern way with a real context of the problems in Mexico with the technology population and all the classes and experiences. And what we are doing now, it's a little bit more like to go to the community, not only in the year of social service, but also to incorporate the reasons before the formation of the doctors, and also to look with the curricular baggage, they can find more opportunities in their professions, because the reality is that they will work at the hospitals in teams in professional, but they don't have a lot of opportunities and each of the students in order to work together. So we are creating all this, and we're doing coordinated fashion with students of different schools, and the enthusiasm of the students has been fabulous in this respect. We are also in agreement, and I think that it's very important to incorporate more how to manage and to interpret big data. These are very important in medicine articles, and I know that the students also have infrastructure. And I hope that I want to deepen on the perspective, but of course there is much more to say about this. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaus from Singapore.
Sorry, I didn't catch the question. Can I just
¿Cuáles, ¿Cuáles son las expectativas de los estudiantes de medicina de Singapur que son diferentes de los estudiantes mexicanos y de los americanos?
when we create our curriculum,
Cuando creamos nuestro currículum,
provide our students with skill set
nosotros queríamos cuidar a nuestros pacientes de manera local y también queríamos enseñarles salud global. Así que es un componente importante en nuestra escuela de tener una experiencia de cómo la perspectiva global del cuidado de la salud se está comportando. Muchos de nuestros estudiantes invertían su tiempo yendo a diferentes países para ayudar en los cuidados de la salud de esas áreas y nos daban programas para educar cómo estas personas se comportaban en esas áreas. Y ya lleva durante mucho tiempo eso. Yo creo que una perspectiva importante de preguntarles es que no solamente tienen que tener el título de doctores y llevarlo en un país, no, sino que también el sistema está tratando de entender la región y también tener a pacientes en otras áreas. Y ahí es donde existe una diferencia para algunas de las cosas clave que estamos haciendo. Y segundo, poder asegurar nuestros registros para encontrar el desarrollo de nuestros estudiantes que están bajo mucho estrés, que puedan invertir tiempo para que puedan, no sé, hacer publicaciones y que nos permitan cosas que también tengan más interés en el área de investigación, en las revistas. Pero en este momento incluso se me estaba ocurriendo que ser un doctor en el futuro es importante porque tienen que saber cuáles son los puntos clave que deben de tomar en cuenta. No sé, tal vez un año se puedan incluir los estudiantes en la Fuerza Médica, pero también tienen que ir a las especialidades, en la salud comunitaria, en el campo quirúrgico, y por más allá de esta decisión, bueno, no solamente se trata de ser doctor, eso sí puede estar bien, pero además tiene que haber algo más con lo que puedan contribuir más adelante, no sé, como educadores o todos y cada uno de lo que está viendo esto, convertirse en un líder para que puedan lograr lo que puede hacer una diferencia en la comunidad del área. Thank you. Dr. Chavarria, could you give the perspective from the point of view of the students of the United States, what they expecting? Muchas gracias por esa pregunta. Yo creo que en los últimos años nosotros hemos sido una tendencia de personas que aprenden que queremos estar comprometidas con nuestra educación. Y en el pasado, donde se daba una clase de 2 o de 4 horas, no la aceptaban mucho los que tomaban la clase, pero ahora ellos están buscando comprometerse en actividades desde una perspectiva de la facultad. Ya hablamos del profesionalismo y del centro de contribución. Quieren trabajar con enfermeras, con la recepción, con tecnología de la información. Ellos quieren tener toda la experiencia holística cuando están aprendiendo en su carrera médica. Otra tendencia que he notado en nuestra comunidad es que los estudiantes médicos también entienden que el burnout es uno de los desafíos que nosotros estamos enfrentando en los Estados Unidos, y ellos están buscando programas de residencia. Se sabe que no es una carrera y ellos este desafío lo van a enfrentar. Entonces nosotros hemos visto una disminución en los estudiantes médicos que entran a carreras que son tan estresantes. Nosotros notamos esto al sur de Florida y yo creo que verdaderamente les importa. Yo creo que son estudiantes que quieren ser proveedores de cuidados de la salud, quieren ocuparse de un paciente, se quieren reposicionar y quieren ser buenos doctores, pero entienden que el sistema puede estar trabajando en su contra. Entonces, estos registros médicos electorales invierten mucho de su tiempo y en lugar de estar a su lado, estas son algunas de las cosas que han cambiado y ellos están tratando de hacer lo mejor que pueden, pero también quieren cambiar. Ellos están buscando un cambio en nuestro sistema. Thank you so much. And George, to finish, Dr. Roseman, what is your perspective with the students in the surgical area? Obviously, it's very similar to what Dr. Chavarria said, but the medical students vary per region, per school, per academic setting, and the medical students have a lot of variety, but what I think is that in so many years, the medical student, it's not only the medical students, but there are other social activities, gender activities, activities of basic principles that sometimes as a group, how it grew, we were not thinking about this, but we shouldn't have the same synchrony, and these were topics that were not part of what we say was crossing to 6 days. We think that if we see how medicine is done, today it's a more fair citizen, justice, inclusion, all this would be what will impress me the most with medical students. But we also want to say that a little bit controversial thing is that we have noticed that in the United States, unfortunately, the medical education was always in a specialty, undoubtedly. And I did a talk not long ago where they said that the match system in order to enter a residency, I think that the students obviously want to be doctors. They want to send the patient So I just think a doctor is what we want. So what is the kind of residency? What kind of specialty? What kind of hospital? If it's a hospital, that I think that we have to change and to resolve and repose, because if first year medical students is thinking that he wants to be a pediatric neurosurgeon, we have to change the system in order for this medical career to form um, general doctor or a physician that will have a specialization later on, but to open a market, because the doctor is graduated about 6 years of study, sacrifice, 200,000, $600,000. This doctor cannot work as a doctor. They have to make a specialty. And this is something sad, because there's some a great need for doctors. So many patients that need doctors and so many doctors that need patients. This is not congruent, but I want to leave it as that. But I wanted to highlight this comment. Thank you so much. We are running out of time. So I thank Dr. Rebecca Cook, Dr. Lilia Chavarria, and Dr. Alfred Howe and Dr. Rafael Grossman for their brilliant contribution to this interesting roundtable, and all of you for your attendance virtually and in person. Thank you so much.
que participaron en nuestro Congreso Internacional en este
We would like to thank our panelists for their participation, and from the hands of the doctor, they are going to receive a token of our appreciation for their great participation. Thank you, doctors. Doctors, thank you.
Queremos finalmente
Finally, we have a raffle,
sí adelante para una rifa para los estudiantes.
a raffle for all the students that were present in this panel. Good afternoon. So for our students, we still have sets of books that are going to be part of the raffle. I don't know who would like to be part of the raffle. Please raise your hand. They are free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Raise your hand, please. So we're ready to continue. Please go back to your seats. Now we would like to introduce Dr. Ko Wee-che. So, next we're going to have the keynote conference, Use of Technology to Transform Medical Education in Medicine. That is going to be presented by Dr. Alfred Ko from the National University of Singapore. He's an attaché professor in the Yun Law University of Singapore. He is a surgeon and head of the Division of Surgery, Pancreatic Surgery in Singapore, and part of the Transplantation Center and the Surgical Oncology Division. Thank you very much, Doctor, for being with us today. Muchas gracias por la introducción. Discúlpenme porque no hablo español, así es que voy a hablar en inglés. Yo soy de Singapur, soy Alfred. Y por un lado, en un ambiente clínico, sí soy cirujano pancreático, pero también soy profesor en una facultad. Así que vamos a hablar un poco acerca de cómo podemos utilizar la tecnología para transformar la educación médica en la medicina en Singapur. Para empezar, quisiera mostrarles un poco acerca del país, que es muy pequeño en sureste asiático. Está a 24 horas en avión de México, así que es muy importante que ustedes visiten este país en el sureste asiático. Yo soy de la Universidad Nacional de Singapur, NUS. De hecho, acabamos de lograr ser la primera en obtener un alto reconocimiento en Singapur. De hecho, no somos tan viejas como la UNAM, pero realmente en un año hemos tenido alrededor de 3,000 a 4,000 estudiantes médicos. Y bueno, vamos a entrar en el tema. Yo creo que es importante reconocer que de hecho la capacitación de nuestros profesionales médicos debido al desarrollo tan rápido de la tecnología es junto con lo que sucedió en la pandemia, significa que la educación médica tiene que ver con una gran disrupción. Y también hemos visto que la tecnología evoluciona rápidamente en los campos médicos y tenemos que saber cómo es que queremos utilizar esta tecnología para la educación. Y obviamente, como ya lo decía el profesor Rosman, el uso de inteligencia artificial es algo que no podemos eludir y es algo que tenemos que tener en nuestra vida y tener que pensar al respecto. Ahora, generalmente vamos a tener una actividad convencional con los estudiantes médicos y vamos a tener una clase y a veces hay algunas cosas son difíciles de enseñarles y algunas veces no es muy efectivo hacerlo de manera tradicional. Por lo tanto, la tecnología es una respuesta y con la pandemia nosotros vemos que esto no iba a durar mucho tiempo y es muy importante reconocer que en el futuro nosotros también, de hecho, ya hablamos mucho al respecto de cómo es que la identidad de los profesionales médicos pueden también utilizar su conocimiento e incorporar la tecnología y cómo nosotros podemos proteger esta relación entre el paciente y el médico y desde la perspectiva tecnológica, ¿cómo es que podemos utilizar esta tecnología para mejorar la educación médica y transformarla para llegar a una competencia y un desarrollo de las habilidades? También podemos reconocer que la inteligencia artificial va a explotar y a expandirse y se va a utilizar para consultas, diagnósticos, patología, etcétera. Y de hecho, no es que vaya a reemplazar a los doctores, pero de hecho nosotros podemos abrirnos y abrazar a la inteligencia artificial. No debemos de tener miedo de que nos reemplace y que haga nuestro trabajo, pero lo que sí es cierto es que si una máquina puede enseñar, entonces el maestro se tiene que reemplazar porque el maestro no está haciendo su trabajo y lo que necesita hacer entonces el maestro es aprender acerca del aprendizaje, aprender acerca de su estudiante y en lugar de solo darle mucha información que no es útil para el estudiante y que no sabe utilizar, ahorita entonces sería el momento de enseñarles cómo la tecnología puede hacer una diferencia en la forma en la que funciona el trabajo del médico y cómo es que va a ser en el futuro. De hecho, tenemos un efecto de caja negra. Ahora, lo que entra es lo que nos va a dar un resultado, pero no es diferente de cómo pensamos como médicos y cómo analizamos. Los entrenamos durante 5 o 6 años y esperamos que tengan una residencia, pero realmente sabemos cómo funciona el cerebro humano. La verdad es que no sabemos mucho al respecto. Y lo que queremos hacer con la introducción de la tecnología es que tenemos que tomar en cuenta que tenemos que saber cómo es que puede ser de ayuda para nosotros. Y es por eso que la inteligencia artificial, de hecho, déjenme mostrarles una imagen. Con el uso de la tecnología, por ejemplo, nosotros podemos mejorar la forma en la que nosotros hacemos la cirugía. Y les voy a mostrar algunos ejemplos prácticos de cómo lo hacemos. Y también es muy importante esta información. Se puede utilizar, obviamente, con un dispositivo que se coloca como unos anteojos donde ya podemos confiar en la información existente y que tal vez nos pueda ayudar a mejorar el cuidado al paciente. Pero preguntemos a una universidad, a una institución médica, cómo es que podemos introducir esta tecnología y cuáles son las consideraciones a tomar en cuenta. Yo creo que primero que nada tenemos que entender los factores tecnológicos que ya les mencioné, cómo es que la tecnología se puede utilizar en la educación y cómo es que si tenemos las habilidades para desarrollar que sean útiles para la educación médica per se. La segunda, si los doctores que están como capacitadores están listos para utilizarlos. Muchas veces no están listos, no tienen la apertura para utilizar la tecnología. Y haberlo dicho, esto, obviamente el COVID nos vino a cambiar la vida porque todos aquellos que se encontraron como atorados en esa parte, se dieron cuenta que la tecnología es importante porque ya no es algo del futuro, está aquí. Y la última es el factor del contexto, los recursos que tenemos que tener en la institución. Y por lo tanto, tenemos que pensar cómo es que vamos a introducir la tecnología en la educación médica. Tenemos que tener una intención estratégica muy clara. La segunda es cómo tenemos que alentar la participación y la colaboración y cómo tenemos que tener un liderazgo facilitativo y el desarrollo académico. Tenemos que entender cómo es que esto puede mejorar las cosas en el futuro como resultado de esto. En la escuela de medicina tenemos que tener un comité que vea también la tecnología de tal manera que nos permita cómo es que la tecnología que tenemos en el mercado se puede incorporar a la educación médica y crear videos, por ejemplo, para introducir cómo es que la tecnología puede mejorar la educación médica y permitir que nuestros profesores entiendan cómo esta tecnología puede ser de utilidad para ellos. Por ejemplo, nosotros le pedimos a nuestros profesores que utilizaran chatbot para aprender a comunicarse, utilizar los modelos de inteligencia artificial para tener pacientes virtuales, etcétera, y también los procesos de realidad virtual de otros. Es decir, les pedimos que pensaran de manera innovadora en cómo pueden incorporar todo esto a su enseñanza. Ahora, tener la tecnología que está disponible, la la inteligencia artificial, la realidad aumentada y virtual están ahí. Y es muy importante en mente la combinación de la información con la educación nos permite ver cómo la tecnología se puede utilizar en la educación y nos permite saber cuál es la tendencia del futuro, especialmente para este que se reportó en el 2019, predijo que en los próximos 5 años la realidad mixta, virtual y aumentada se iban a encontrar en la educación. Y de hecho esto nos guió mucho en la universidad para saber cómo es que podríamos confiar en la tecnología en la educación, de tal manera que tenemos un aspecto muy amplio de lo que se podían aplicar en tecnología en educación y les quiero mostrar uno por uno. Por ejemplo, tuvimos algunos productos que estaban ya disponibles comercialmente en línea. Con los patólogos, por ejemplo, crearon un reservorio digitalizado para nuestros colegas que estaban trabajando con los profesores para desarrollar simulación basada en avatares para que todos los profesionales pudieran trabajar de manera combinada e iniciarlo en un uso de un juego y se pueden imaginar, este es un juego de un restaurante donde una persona llega a un restaurante, empieza a ordenar algunas cosas del menor y de hecho se empieza a tener un problema y así nosotros tratamos de mejorar la forma en la que nosotros enseñamos y esto es muy importante para que los estudiantes aprendan de cómo es que esto puede tener un impacto en el sistema de salud. Y al final del día, esto les va a dar también una cantidad de puntos de que les cuestan y esto les va a dar una forma de crearlo en el sistema. Y estos esquemas nos va a permitir saber ahora cuando piden una prueba qué es lo que se tiene que pagar y, por ejemplo, si ellos tienen que ir, por ejemplo, a un hospital comunitario, cuánto les va a costar a los pacientes en realidad. Y es muy importante. Ahora, con esto se pudo hacer que nuestros estudiantes entendieran acerca de los resultados y después de 10 semanas jugando con este juego, nosotros pudimos entender también que hubo una mejora en la que ellos entendían cómo es que funcionaba la economía de el cuidado médico en el sistema. Y bueno, también utilizamos la realidad virtual para enseñar anatomía y este proyecto lo empezamos un colega y yo y fue muy importante porque empezó justo en el momento en el que empezó la pandemia y donde no podíamos ya entrar a un anfiteatro con nuestros estudiantes y teníamos que aprender acerca de los aspectos de seguridad del paciente en un anfiteatro y aunque estábamos utilizando esto para mostrarle a nuestros estudiantes no solamente acerca del conocimiento quirúrgico, sino cómo es que podrían obtener datos, por ejemplo, por qué un paciente tenía que tener anestesia, cuáles eran las cosas claves para protegerse y qué era lo que podría causarles, por ejemplo, una lesión o cómo lidiar con estos resultados. Luego les voy a mostrar algunos resultados, pero en este juego el enfoque era en la seguridad del paciente. Si el paciente tenía un escalpelo y se lo daba a la enfermera y la enfermera cometía un error, entonces un área neutral, de tal manera que tanto el doctor y la enfermera se vieran protegidos en este ambiente. Les enseñamos a nuestros estudiantes esto y debido a este escenario, teníamos, por ejemplo, un paciente con cirrosis, una enfermedad que podía causar una infección y el enfocarse en el hecho de que la seguridad del paciente no solamente es la seguridad del paciente, sino también la seguridad del médico y de los otros profesionales alrededor era muy importante. Por ejemplo, aquí teníamos en el anfiteatro cómo es que teníamos una visión en 3D y nos tenemos que asegurar que los pacientes estuvieran bien protegidos antes de iniciar el caso. Teníamos una lista de verificación que se tenía un reloj y cómo evaluamos esta efectividad. Nosotros teníamos herramientas de evaluación, teníamos un cuestionario para los estudiantes donde todos mostraban una mejora en el conocimiento de la seguridad del paciente antes y después de la intervención y lo más importante es que esta herramienta utilizando realidad virtual nos ayudó a mejorar el entendimiento de la cultura de seguridad. Y estos son los resultados que tuvimos, una mejora total en el conocimiento de seguridad del paciente, y alrededor de 800 de nuestros estudiantes tuvieron respuestas donde nos dijeron que se tenía que mejorar un poco más. Por ejemplo, ellos nos dijeron, tenemos que evitar que se hayan daños o que tengamos alguna lesión porque pues alguien me pinchó con una jeringa. Bueno, pues primero que tengo que hacer es protegerme y proteger a mis colegas, y al mismo tiempo me mostraron los datos cuál era la mejor forma de enseñar esto, y para mostrarles esta enseñanza, sobre todo con aquellos estudiantes que no tenían ninguna experiencia prueba, nos dijeron que era muy bueno hacerlo en un ambiente simulado antes de llegar al ambiente real. Así que esta es una sesión obligatoria, incluso antes de que ellos pudieran ir a un ambiente real, para que pudieran practicar la seguridad del paciente. También tuvimos otro proyecto, en este caso se llamó Rescue. Es un escenario de rescate de un ambiente de trauma donde tenemos que colapsó un puente y tenemos que recrear la situación con un ingeniero civil que utilizaba esto para mostrarles a los estudiantes cómo construir el puente y se colapsa. Y es algo muy dramático, pero pues también tenemos que rescatar a los pacientes. Entonces llegan los estudiantes médicos para lidiar con estas personas que se lastimaron. Y en el tercer video, cuando se hacen, ya pueden ver el inspector de sitio para revisar si hay algunos errores en el reporte que se hace. Junto con esto, que creamos en conjunto con ingenieros civiles, también incluimos el departamento de diseño y construcción para poder tener una continuo en lo que se hacía antes y después de la creación. Los colegas crearon también una realidad de un escenario donde también podíamos enseñarle a algunos actores cómo podíamos trabajar en un ambiente virtual para desarrollar diferentes módulos mucho más complicados para enseñarles a nuestros estudiantes cómo manejar este proceso de entrega de resultados. Y esta es la segunda versión del PASET, la seguridad del paciente en endoscopía, donde teníamos también una área de endoscopía donde mostrábamos cómo teníamos una oportunidad de capacitar a nuestros estudiantes en seguridad del paciente para evitar que hubiese un sangrado, para también poner sangre y enfocarnos en la importancia de hacer que se pusiera bien la sangre, que se pasaran bien los medicamentos, etcétera. También tuvimos un colega psiquiatra que desarrolló un programa que se llama RAM, donde les enseñaban a nuestros estudiantes cómo lidiar con pacientes agresivos y molestos y cómo trabajar con aquellos otros pacientes que tienen algún trastorno psiquiátrico, sobre todo en situaciones difíciles durante su guardia. Y lo que es más importante, les quiero traerlos a la realidad mixta que le estaba mostrando el doctor Rosman hace un rato para la educación médica. Lo que ustedes ya vieron antes fue el uso de un ambiente médico donde estamos utilizando los datos de operación, y en este ambiente estamos utilizando, por ejemplo, una cirugía del hígado, y en un ambiente educativo también utilizamos un software para mostrarles a nuestros estudiantes cómo hacer los cortes y desarrollar las habilidades para hacer esta cirugía. ¿Qué es lo que se espera? Bueno, como ya mencionó el doctor Rossman, en un ambiente de realidad extendida, tienes un dispositivo donde puedes interactuar con el medio ambiente y te excluyes del mundo, pero en esta realidad mixta puedes estar en ambos. Tienes un dispositivo que es muy versátil y en una facultad médica es muy útil para la educación médica. Nosotros nos enfocamos en utilizar de esta tecnología para comunicación, anatomía, simulación y otras habilidades. Y esto es uno de los proyectos principales que nosotros desarrollamos con Microsoft para desarrollar el software, para desarrollar la capacitación en habilidades de procedimientos quirúrgicos. Ahora imagínense que hay algunas cosas que vamos a hacer paso a paso con una compañía, con videos y procedimientos, con un modelo anatómico que se puede utilizar para guiarlos, para saber exactamente dónde colocar, no sé, una aguja en alguna vena en específico. Y luego les voy a dar los detalles acerca de este proyecto, pero de hecho estamos utilizando esto para utilizarlas y desarrollar las habilidades de procedimiento, sobre todo para transformar el modelo holográfico. Tenemos también un video que viene en conjunto con esto y tenemos un modelo anatómico que utilizamos en este ambiente. Utilizamos también la información es muy componente y cuando lo utilizamos y lo experimentamos, nuestros graduados nos mostraron exactamente cómo es que podían hacer el procedimiento desde un inicio hasta el final, porque tenían una claridad muy específica de los pasos al utilizar estos puntos, y nuestros estudiantes actualmente están utilizando todo esto para desarrollar sus habilidades de procedimientos, y todos están familiarizando con los procedimientos, y como aprendices están viendo cuáles son los niveles de dificultades. Van desde los niveles más sencillos hasta los más difíciles, y podemos rastrear incluso su desempeño. Y lo que es más importante para los instructores, como ustedes pueden ver aquí con este dispositivo, pueden ver una experiencia compartida en una aula donde tiene 6, 7 u 8 más personas. Pueden ver también exactamente lo que está viendo ese estudiante en ese momento, y el instructor puede ir y ver exactamente dónde está la persona, en cuál paso, y darle la guía que necesita. Y la belleza de esta tecnología es que también puede rastrear el desempeño de cada uno de los estudiantes, y esto es importante porque podemos tener un ambiente seguro para nuestros estudiantes, y una y otra vez podemos replicarlo. Y lo que es más importante es cómo podemos utilizarlo en el futuro. Si ahora nosotros tenemos el reto donde no tenemos suficientes profesores, pues probablemente la inteligencia artificial podría rastrear la ubicación exacta del dispositivo o algo así. Y no sé, por ejemplo, podría decirle, bueno, no tengo a alguien que haga la revisión. Entonces, si el estudiante está haciendo todos los pasos y lo sigue adecuadamente, pues ya no necesita tener ahí al profesor en ese momento. Bueno, ¿qué es lo que significa esta tecnología para la educación? Probablemente para las comunicaciones médicas y con los diferentes escenarios que les mostramos. Es muy importante, y de hecho nosotros hicimos algo similar. De hecho, nosotros estamos haciendo la construcción de avatares de menores que utilizamos hologramas para la educación médica, donde nosotros no necesitamos al paciente. Bueno, de hecho sí lo necesitamos todavía para una experiencia de cara a cara, pero no podemos capacitar a nuestros doctores al utilizarlo en casa para que primero desarrollen, por ejemplo, las habilidades de comunicación que se requieren. Y generalmente con los actores los tienes que pagar, pero ahora podemos ver que los profesionales de la salud, las enfermeras o los doctores se pueden comunicar con este avatar, le pueden dar respuestas, y las respuestas son bastante naturales porque nosotros utilizamos una capacitación con nuestro modelo de inteligencia artificial para que las respuestas sean muy naturales, y lo que es más importante, no solamente lo puede utilizar una persona, sino diferentes usuarios y al mismo tiempo. Además, lo hemos utilizado para la planificación quirúrgica y para la enseñanza quirúrgica. Nosotros también lo hemos utilizado con este módulo que se llama el proyecto Mira, que utiliza en tiempo real durante el COVID, y de hecho tenemos aquí una operación donde uno de nuestros colegas estaba mostrando en tiempo real lo que estaba haciendo. Es como un Zoom, pero en un lado tenemos al profesor explicando los pasos de cómo se hace la cirugía, y tenemos todo un grupo de estudiantes viendo cómo es que se hace la cirugía. Y es muy bueno para anatomía. Y la verdad, si a la mitad les quiere decir el maestro acerca de la anatomía, a la mitad de la cirugía, le dice, espérenme, no tenemos que hacer nada más, solamente pueden ir hacia la información, jalar la información con el lente para poner, por ejemplo, una fotografía del área donde están haciendo el corte, etcétera. Y obviamente estos con el COVID-19 se hicieron también las revisiones y las guardias virtuales, y debido a que nosotros también tenemos el hospital junto con la facultad y están muy atados, utilizamos muchos de la aplicación clínica que también se utilizan en la educación médica, y en este caso quiero mostrarles los escenarios reales que nosotros utilizamos durante la cirugía de un hígado para capacitar a nuestros médicos en la parte anatómica. También nosotros ya vimos esto, lo que llamamos una experiencia compartida. Tenemos un equivalente al metaverso. Tenemos la reconstrucción anatómica con un modelo de 3D que se puede utilizar como una simulación previa a la cirugía. Lo que es más importante es que podemos ver exactamente la experiencia compartida, sin fronteras. No importa dónde están los diferentes estudiantes, podemos tener un medio ambiente en donde poder interactuar, y pueden ver cómo esta herramienta es totalmente buena para hacer la cirugía. Y al hacer esta cirugía, bueno, obviamente como yo ya les dije, yo soy cirujano hepático y hago trasplantes. Aquí teníamos un trasplante donde tuvimos que reconstruir el hígado del donante, y podemos ver la estructura vascular y todo lo que lo rodea. Y para eso utilizamos este modelo para mostrarle al paciente y cómo iba a ser el trasplante para del donador al receptor. Y lo que encontramos al utilizarlo es que teníamos esta visión laparoscópica y se podría incluso transmitir hacia los lentes. Así que imagínense que lo que podríamos hacer con una operación laparoscópica en el futuro, donde no solamente necesitamos el monitor, sino que podemos tener el abdomen, el laparoscopio, y tal vez proyectarlo a un ambiente mucho más amplio. Y también tenemos esta simulación para un trasplante de un hígado pediátrico, porque estos son muy pequeñitos y generalmente podemos ver si nos cabe en la pancita del bebé, porque esto nos ayuda mucho a ver los tamaños. Aquí tenemos otro video de cómo podemos utilizarlo para hacer la simulación, y no solamente es bueno para mí como cirujano para saber si puedo hacer una cirugía mucho más precisa, sino también me ayuda mucho más a entender la anatomía, y también les ayuda mucho a los estudiantes cómo es que es importante la anatomía y para que sean 100% certeros en hacer su trabajo. Y obviamente no solamente es para aprender anatomía, sino para que ya no tengo que dar tantas instrucciones, es muy visual, y con cientos y cientos de horas de operación, ustedes pueden ver incluso en esta imagen de la izquierda, el que el paciente también se comunica bastante, y antes de la operación los pacientes no podían ver sino solamente su explicación, les explicábamos nosotros lo que iban a pasar, pero ellos no entendían exactamente cómo se iba a hacer la cirugía, y ahora lo pueden saber incluso con los riesgos, y ahora podemos transformar esta realidad mezclada en una relación muy cercana con la capacitación médica, y espero que en el futuro también sea parte de la educación médica. Y de hecho, no quiero que esto sea un comercial de Microsoft, pero esto es algo de lo que podríamos ver en el futuro. Vean aquí, donde tengamos un dispositivo que podemos ponernos y la información se transmita de manera activa al dispositivo, y en este que tenemos en la cabeza se tenga una traducción en tiempo real, donde tenemos a esta mujer que está comunicándose con alguien que está en Japón y ella está en Estados Unidos y ella está hablando en japonés, teniendo traducción simultánea con la otra persona en tiempo real, aunque ella la está escuchando en inglés. Y tal vez eso podría resolver mi problema de que yo no entiendo español, pero eso podría resolver mi problema de no saber español. Pero en realidad esto también podría mostrarnos cómo pasar información y habilidades de un maestro que, aunque no está ahí y que no tenga la misma zona horaria, pueden trabajar juntos en diferentes campos y que pueden unir unirse en un espacio e interactuar en un objeto virtual para lograr un objetivo común. Y quiero parar aquí porque no quiero que olvidemos que estamos hablando de humanos y medicina y no tenemos que olvidarnos que la tecnología no tiene un ser humano y el ser humano es lo más importante. Estamos tratando a personas y también tenemos que proteger la relación paciente-médico. No hay ninguna máquina que nos vaya a reemplazar y lo que es más importante es que la máquina puede reemplazarse, pero el trabajo que va a hacer la máquina es darnos más tiempo para enfocarnos en nuestro paciente. Y obviamente el robot no te va a poder decir, sabes que solamente tienes una semana más de vida. Ese es el trabajo del doctor. La máquina está ahí para hacer trabajo redundante, para permitirnos pasar más tiempo con nuestros pacientes y la máquina no va a reemplazar cómo tratamos a nuestros pacientes. Sí nos pueden hacer más eficientes en cómo podemos hacer nuestro trabajo, pero no va a reemplazar esta relación tan sagrada que nosotros tenemos con nuestros pacientes y no va a reemplazarnos a nosotros en la cirugía, porque obviamente no se pueden capacitar como cirujanos totalmente. Sí, es importante para lo que nosotros hacemos, pero no nos pueden reemplazar. Ahora, esta transformación digital y de capacitamiento médico, tenemos que tener en cuenta que todos los profesores tienen que tener una mentalidad abierta para que todos nosotros nos volvamos en lo que haga que la máquina trabaje para nosotros y no que nos reemplace. Y con eso quiero concluir. Y quiero decir que las transmisiones y la transición hacia lo digital es inevitable y la tecnología ya llegó para quedarse. Así que necesitamos asegurarnos que nosotros podamos producir y crear una nueva generación de médicos que estén listos para enfrentar el futuro de la tecnología. Muchas gracias por escuchar esta ponencia.
En este momento se hace entrega
Now we give the token of acknowledgement for his participation in our International Congress events. Please go ahead. We thank Dr. Khan.
gracias.
Thank you, doctors.
Y con esto damos por terminada la sesión de hoy.
So with this, we finish today's session, and we will restart tomorrow with the speech, education, and social sciences vision of Dr. Jonas Burkhardt of the University of Copenhagen. We will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much for your participation and have an excellent afternoon.